G'day, you good dunce. How are yous? We got H-Ives, Ryan, Gamer, and Maggie. Maggie's in the top 3. Oh my god. Hashtag not late, exactly.
Go away. iChives gets timed out for 10 minutes.
I mean, yeah, that's not a dad joke. So, and there's 3 people right there that need to be timed out because all 3 of you that have said something in chat so far, it's not been a dad joke. It's Dad Joke Saturday. The warning message worked. McCory. Now you get... yeah, there we go, McCory. Alright. See you in 10 minutes, Ryan. Sorry, but didn't happen. Unless someone bribes me to get you out. Same with you, Maggie. That's not a dad joke, Maggie. So I'm sorry. I'm glad to have you here this early, Maggie. But it's not a dad joke. Sorry. Sorry all. I have to time you out. 10 minutes. Have to. There's 3 people timed out in the first 30 seconds. Hello, pizza rolls. Oh, Displan. No, Displan. Everyone, it is Dad Joke Saturday. If your first message isn't a dad joke, you get timed out for 10 minutes. There's a pinned message in chat. But Displant, I liked their message. Okay, Displant, you don't get timed out. All right. So, there we go. Dado Days. I heard the best head on Twitch is here. So is there a line or is it a free-for-all? It's a free-for-all, Wardstone. It is a free-for-all as always. As I like to say, first come, first served. This vibing, what are you up to? So we're just getting started for the day. We're going to be doing some 3D modeling, getting some stuff finished up, and then we're going to go into game deving and start putting together some modular buildings and stuff. And after this game of chess, but there's a couple of blogs I want to go through around like the basic idea of how game engines work and such. So I want to kind of go through those first to get a better understanding of how a game engine works at a deeper level. We're starting with very simple stuff, just like how a ray trace, like how a raycast works. So how it knows that a raycast has hit something. And 3D rendering in C, stuff like that. So we're going to look at those, get a better understanding of how that works. Random 2-minute. All right. Because I want to get a bit better. Did you hear about the guy who hit his head in the bath? It was a bloodbath. Oh, nice. Very, very nice. All right, so we're going to do a 2-minute bullet first. We've got ads in progress anyway, so it doesn't matter. Silly of you, isn't it? No, I do that. I mean, I don't care. I do that. And then I can review there. What? Oh. This is gonna be bad for them.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. Ah. You take that, I take that. You move, I do that. I've got those two lined up too. Oh no. That's bad. That's unfortunate. Well, there we go. First game of the day won. Let's see how good that was. Oh, damn, an 81-7. Oh! That was good. That was a good start. Today's going to be a good day. Cool. Absolutely cray-cray indeed. Alright. So, let's see. I heard there was a new strain of zombie virus. Oh, sorry. Let me reread that. I heard there was a new strain of virus that made vegetarian zombies. All they eat is grains. Play on the word brains. I see what you did there, Symbol. Nice, nice. Kind of like the first few minutes of the stream. It was a bloodbath, kind of like the first few minutes of the stream. Yep, bloodbath. Indeed. You're doing your custom game in C++ Project Array? No. No. What we're doing is we're reading some blogs about how this stuff is done at a high level, like a basic implementation of them, not something you would find in a full-fledged game engine that has had like years of performance improvements and stuff like that. It's just a general understanding of how something like this would work. That way we have a better understanding of how Godot does stuff and things like that. High level, you mean low level? Depends on your understanding. So the first thing we're going to look at is how to pick a 3D object using raycasting in C++. So, I have a general idea of how this is done anyway, but this will hopefully give us some more detailed info. In this post, I'll show you how to create a 3D object mouse picker inside a simple 3D viewer written in C++. So this is a mouse picker. So this is your mouse over the top of something, how to know if someone's clicked an object or clicked a button or something like that, out of all of the entities that you've created. This tutorial requires some familiarity with C++. Not quite comfortable with it yet. Yep, don't need to worry about those. Already comfortable with it. I don't know OpenGL though, so... work on a small 3D viewer in C++ with the ability to edit objects transform using an inspector. Yep, so this is like a simple C++ editor for your game objects. Editing objects in this way wasn't very user-friendly. Wanted to implement gizmos. Before talking about gizmos, need a way to select objects using the mouse to edit them. Yeah, so this is kind of like editor stuff, but the similar thing can be applied to the actual game as well, I think. Wanted to experiment with physics, so it was an opportunity to think about selection using raycasting. Already have an existing code base, need to clarify some elements so you can understand the process and integrate into your own work. Have an entity class which contains components. Component can be a model that encapsulates the mesh rendering logic. An entity can also have a editor collider that contains the data related to the bounding box of the object, oriented based on the object-based mesh. So that's, I think an entity class is fairly commonplace when it comes to a game engine. Like an entity or an object or like that, they all have that base class that pretty much everything's derived from. All the entities are stored in a singleton class called an entity manager. Okay. That's one way. I wonder if there's a better way. Then all of these have just like a square, like a box collider on them for easy viewing by the looks of it. We'll loop over all entities in the scene. That's for each of them, throw a ray and check if it intersects with the bounding box stored in the editor collider of the entity. If so, the entity is the one we clicked on. All right. What up, Pax? Did you hear about the famous pickle? He's a really big deal. Oh, Luke, it's Dad Joke Saturday. Oh, I'm going to have to time you out for 10 minutes, Luke. Unless I get bribed, but I'm doing good, Luke. How are you doing? You can answer in 10 minutes. Dad joke. What happens on Hypnotic Stream on a Saturday when you say hi as first word of the day? You get hypno kick. That counts as a dad joke, Ginger. That counts. Welcome in, Ginger. How are you? So steps to accomplish our object selection. We have to define different steps. Alright. Should have been hypno kicked. We need to detect the mouse click and get the mouse position. Convert the 2D mouse position on the screen to a 3D world position so we can set the origin of a ray throw. Determine the direction the ray's based on the camera's position. And check if the ray intersected some of our entities. Okay. Don't do the calendar factory joke. Well, that was your second message, H-Ives. Your first message wasn't a dad joke. Your second message was a dad joke, but that's too late. So, sorry. So we detect the mouse click input. So this is using OpenGL. This is via OpenGL. I think this is SDL. Yeah, this is SDL3. So we can get an idea of how OpenGL and SDL3 work as well. Made a small input system based on the GLFW. You can of course use your own. Now, that's the graphical library window. Like GLFW. Something to do with OpenGL. An OpenGL enum. That's all. Why do people who live in Greece hate waking up at dawn? Because dawn is tough on Greece. I get ya. Yep. The detergent. Yep. To be fair, Chives, you've also overused that joke so much in the past 1 to 2 weeks on like every stream. Yep. We stream the 25th of December, 2025. I mean, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. That is my birthday week, so probably. Then I get the mouse position using the same API. Okay, so we have input get mouse button down. So I assume that returns a Boolean, saying it true if it is down, false if it's not down. and then get mouse position. So you do if that, get the mouse position. Convert the 2D mouse position into 3D world. Then we need to project 2D mouse position.
I can't believe Christmas is on 25/25, 25 this year. It's crazy.
What? It's impossible. There's not 25 months, alright? Timed out immediately. Really do be my lifestyle. I should have counted, though. I am the joke. No, no one here's a joke, Maggie. I don't think you understand how calendars work. Alright, so I've made a method using GLM Math Library to do that. So we have the GLM creates vector 3. So it's a vector 3 that's returning. And then screen to world point. I had to rethink the C++ for a second there. Thanks for the lurk, Ryan. Much appreciated. So screen to world point. We have the vector 2 screen position. We have the matrix 4 view, matrix 4 projection, and the vector 4 viewport. Alright, and then we've got the window position. Oh, no, the window itself. And then we unproject. Unproject. Okay. Right. So it takes the scene camera matrices, the view and the projection, and the mouse input, which is the screen position, and it returns 3D position of it. Yep. And then from that, there, they've got their world position now. So they determine the ray direction. They normalize the position.
3,000 Godotkins, 27000 to go.
Nice, nice. Why do you need 30,000 Godokins? Then we can encapsulate 3D position and direction in a ray struct. So we have origin and detection in the ray struct. Oh, sorry, origin and direction, not detection. Make intersection test. Just before making the test, we need to a struct to encapsulate the intersection logic. Struct contains the result of the intersection test. If there is an intersection, the distance of it, the intersection point, and of course the pointer to the collider we intersected if there's an intersection. So this is similar information to what Godot returns. When you do a raycast, it returns position, collider, all that kind of stuff. So that starts off as a null pointer. I dislike using null PTR. But hey, I haven't used C++ enough to know if I should avoid using null PTR. To redeem hot sauce twice. Yeah, that's fair. But they do have a 1 hour cooldown. So, you know. Better question, why did the witch sound like she discovered something about herself at the end of that sentence? I don't know. Do not know. The witch is discovering a lot. Like, that cauldron is coming up with solutions that we haven't been able to find through science. You know. Okay, so yeah, you got the hit info and the raycast hits. Now we have all the elements we need to make an intersection test, a list of entities with bounding boxes, array in the 3D world, and a raycast hit structure to store the result of the tests. So I assume a raycast in a game engine would work kind of similarly, more optimized, of course. More optimized, but it would do a similar thing where it would raycast from, instead of the mouse position, it would raycast from whatever the start position you give it. Where in this case, the start position is just the mouse position converted to a 3D point. So it would be a reusable sort of piece. I made a method called editor raycast that takes a ray as input, a raycast hit struct as out variable, and returns a bool that says if there is an intersection. So that returning a bool, I'm not sure if I like returning a bool or if I prefer it to just return the raycast hit. I think that's, yeah. Anyway, so the editor raycast get entities from the entity manager, and then loops over all the entities, gets the collider. If the collider is a null pointer, then it just does an assert. Temporary raycast hit variable to store the result of this, so yep. And then collider intersect ray bounding box. So that's the part we haven't done. I wonder if that's just part of OpenGL. I wouldn't think so. Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, we're getting to it. I thought I was a bit early. So embedded the intersection test logic in the editor collider class for simplicity. Could have put it somewhere else. Physics specialized class, for example. Yep. As a simple example, you don't need to worry about that. If you're doing like a proper project, then you probably won't do that. Let's take a look. So you've got the editor collider intersect ray bounding box. You have the ray and the ray hits. You get the inverse. So transfer the ray to the local space of the entity. Transform the direction to the local space of the entity. Yep, so yep, that's
There's a fine line between a denominator and a numerator.
Well, now that all depends on how thick you draw the line. Howdy, Bucky. G'day, you get on. How are you doing? And then we store the local origin and direction in a local ray variable. And then we do an intersection test with the axis align bounding box. Okay, so I don't know what that function is. And so the bounding box is this object, so like this collider's bounding box. You got the hit info as the out, and you got the local ray that you're passing in. If that returns true, then the editor collider does a cast of this to an editor collider pointer as a constant. And then it returns that out. Okay, because the ray is in the world space and the bounding box of the entity is in the entity's local space, we need to transform the ray from the world space to the local space of the entity. The entity's bounding box is an OBB oriented in the world space and an AABB axis align in the entity's local space. If I had directly used axis align bounding box, we could have skipped this step because AABB are already in world space like our ray. Since AABB is much easier to compute intersection with than an OBB, the purpose of this step is simplify the mathematics behind the ray box intersection test. Right. You also got to do it with a lowercase w, Ives. Capital W is not going to work. Let's take a closer look of the bounding box class before we continue. Yes, let's do that, because I don't know what this is. So you got the vector 3 min and max. And you got get size and get center. Insert mesh, insert triangle. Okay.
Big eye chives, big mighty eye chives. Eye chives, big mighty.
No, sorry. That's a lie. The announcer just lied to you all. Just insert all the triangles of the mesh. Okay. And then that calls the insert triangle function here. Update the bounds, min and max, based on the triangle points. Triangle min is the smallest point of the 3 triangle points. Triangle max is the largest point. Yep. You got min max, yep. Okay.
I used to work at a CA.
With only two 3D vectors, x, y, z, we have enough data to describe a bounding box. During the initial phase, the models initialize their bounding box by calling the insert method. Okay. Now that we're equipped with all these elements, we can perform the intersection test with the ray and the bounding box of the entity in the same space. Yep, because we convert from global to local. This is the intersection. So we have box min minus ray origin divided by ray direction, max minus ray origin divided by ray direction. Find the nearest and farthest intersection, t near, min, t far, max. Maximum of the nearest intersections. And the minimum of the farthest intersections. Okay. Check if the ray intersects the bounding box. So if the t near max is less than or equal to the t far min. And the distance is greater than the t near max. Where do we get the out info distance from? Organs, please. I don't see where we get the out info distance from. The rate AABB, or the rate AA box intersection method does that for us. Takes a ray and a bounding box as input, builds the data related to the intersection in the hit info struct, then returns the intersection. What up, Aaron? You are late. That's okay. Then returns if there is an intersection or not. Okay. They haven't said anything, Ashives. All they did was redeem a channel redeem. We have detailed the different steps to achieve the mouse picking using ray bounding box intersection test. Summarize the execution of the process, how this works together, and at the end of this article by explaining the pros and cons of using bounding boxes for object picking. Talk about different approaches, which may explain in further articles. Process overview, simplified C++ code of the implementation usage. Yep, so we do the if the mouse button is down, then we get the position, cast it to a world position, get the direction of the camera, and create the ray. We then do the ray cast. If it hits, then we select the entity, otherwise the selected entity is null pointer. The two main advantages of using bounding boxes are they're fast and to compute for the CPU and easy to implement for your own project. The big cons of this is that the bounding box is an approximation of the mesh, and we can select it by clicking outside of it. Yeah, so you'd want like something that actually goes around. You wouldn't want to do just a bounding box. You'd want to have like a proper shape that goes around it. What up, Tricky? You too are late. To avoid this issue, there are two main solutions with ray casting.
The cell membrane controls everything that enters and exits the cell.
There are GPU hacks to do it without this issue and without the usage of ray casting. You can check this article if you are interested in this method. The first and easy one is to make the ray intersection test with all the meshes triangles. This will result in precise mouse picking objects. But as you can imagine, this tends to compromise performance. Imagine a test mesh with 3 million triangles. Yeah. A second way is more difficult to implement, but it solves all the above issues. It is fast and precise. This involves the use of bounding volume hierarchy as acceleration structure. Interesting. I'll not dig into the subject today, but here's a great article that talks about it. Interesting. That's a big article too. Right. We should keep in mind bounding volume hierarchy, because that's, yeah. So it keeps dividing it up into smaller and smaller boxes. Nice. I just want to take time to shit on Blueprints. It's a mid game with bad game design choices. You're a bad game with bad design choices. Alright? Blueprints is a great game. If you don't like it, that's your opinion. Interesting. Alright. So yeah, it's a very simple idea of doing a raycast for the editor. But you could apply most of that to... with a few tweaks, you could do it for a game engine. It's a very simple raycast implementation. It's just not fun. Well, think of it this way, Symbol. If the game just gave you the rooms you need to get to the end every time, that wouldn't be fun either. And that's the thing with RNG, is it's non-discriminatory. It's just going to, sometimes it'll be shit, sometimes it'll be great. Give me the tools to find my way there. So there are ways to make it better. There are ways to make it better without compromising the RNG. And there's a room called the library, and there's also a room called the bookshop. In those rooms, there is a book on architecture, and it runs through the rooms and how to pair them together and how to make building your floor plan to get to the end much easier. Yeah. Why was the equal sign so humble? Because it knew it wasn't less than or greater than anyone. That's true. That's very, very true. But RNG sucks monster balls when they give you just fucking dead ends. Yes, and that also comes down to how you place them as well. One thing I've learned playing Blueprints is that if you have a room, like if you're on one of the wings, if you're on one of the wings and you're trying to go straight up because you've got a room to the side that stops you from turning, if it gives you a dead end and two corners, you select the dead end regardless of what the two corners are, because you can use those corners somewhere else. Or if you get a dead end, like a dead end, a four-way, like a cross section room, and a room that goes like turns or goes straight ahead to give you a dead end in a like a U. So you want to go up. Don't select the 4-prong one. Just select the dead end and then go to your next point, because you can use that 4-prong much more effectively somewhere else. And whenever I start, one thing I'm starting to do, I used to always go straight out at the bottom and then turn up and come in from the side. I've stopped doing that now. Now, from the sides of the entry room, I go up and then I go to the side. So that way, when I go down to the corner, I can put 2 dead ends in those corners and have less dead ends in my room pool so that I have less dead ends to come up later on. So you just gotta find ways to make it tilt the room pool to your favor. It doesn't always work, but it does help. It does help. Alright, let's have a look at this one. How to do 3D render in C for full screen windows. I like that thing about the raycasting, because that kind of gives me an idea of what Godot and Unity and stuff does under the hood when you do a raycast. Obviously more optimized, but it gives me an idea. Alright, so 3D Renderer series, going to explore what it means to create a full screen window with SDL3. This is an interesting topic. The reason why I decided to read this is because apparently there's a difference between full screen and exclusive full screen. So apparently there's a difference. I always thought it was either full screen or it wasn't full screen. So alright, so have a look. Fake full screen, often referred to as fake full screen, is when you query for the full dimensions of the display and make a window that size without borders. To me, that's just what full screen is. Right? First, I'll provide an additional property for the window to be displayed without borders. So we have SDL set bool property, Windows property. So we're telling it to be, we're setting the window properties boolean to be false. Oh, sorry, to be true. So it is borderless in this case. There's no borders around it. Cool. So display mode. We need to get full dimensions of our monitor, set our X and Y values, use display mode from SDL, get displays available to the system, then pass the first one into the array, or in the array, to current display mode, then return display mode, or the return display mode can be used to access the width and height of the window. And so do get displays, null, display mode, get current display mode for display 0. If there's no display mode, unable to initialize it, fair enough. Otherwise, we get the width and the height, which is W and H. Now, when we run the window, will be a fake full screen. All right. While technically this is a full screen window, it's not really what we want in our case. We don't want to change our render dimensions. Instead, we want to scale our lower resolution to the full extent of the monitor. Right. Right. So that's why one's more performant than the other. Okay. Let's remove the display mode code added earlier and reset the window width and height back to 800 by 600. The video mode can be set to full screen using the set window full screen. Add this to the end of the initialized window function. I'd say set window full screen, window true. The resulting window should look the same, but we're now utilizing the full screen mode with our intended resolution. Full screen on release. During development, I'd rather have a window actually be 800 by 600. Now that we have full screen working, we can make that happen only in release mode by wrapping the call to SDL, set window full screen, typo, in a preprocessor if condition. Visual Studio on Windows has a few preprocessor definitions for defined for debug and release configurations. In release builds, there will be one named ndebug I'll use. So a name debug. Alright. So if it's ndebug, or if it's not debug, then we set it full screen to true. Right. Could also bring back the window borders using debug in the same way. So if it's debug, you add the borders back. Right. Okay, so that's what the difference is. I always wondered what the difference was between in Godot, what the difference was between full screen and exclusive full screen. And that's obviously the difference. So this here would be exclusive full screen, while this would be full screen. One scales your window up, the other actually changes the render area, increases the render, I believe. Alright. What up, Hypnotic? How are you doing? I feel like I'm talking to myself now. How are things? We are just getting into some Blender. We just went over some articles on raycasting in C++. So kind of low level or high level simple implementation of what you would find in a game engine or something. And how to change between, like, how to use full screen and exclusive full screen. Like, what the difference is. I wish borderless windows were more performant than full screen. It's such a pain when it changes my display resolution. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So what we're doing is we're moving all of these into these libraries here. Is that the movie that we made in Blender? Yes. Yes, it is. It's the movie we made in Blender. So yeah, we're moving all of these into here. And the idea is that we will have a mesh library that we can use. And a material library that we can use moving forward. Not you. The cat movie that's set as the picture in the menu. Yes. Yes, it is. We made that. We made that movie. I specifically made that movie. See what I did there? So we go markers assets. We save this in here as, what is it? Brutalist wall extended. And I'm going to rename this to Brutalist wall center extended. Okay. And in doing so, we can change the asset. Then we go unassigned, user library, objects, materials. This is gonna help so much with organization. I'm so glad Mike pointed us in this direction. Mike, if you're lurking, thank you. Much appreciated. Where are we? In here. So yeah, what I want to do today is I want to get all of these, like all of these meshes, put into this asset library. And then in Godot, we're going to start setting up our buildings. We're going to start putting one building together, which will have 3 floors. And I want to have it so that the 2 floors above the player, when the player enters, are hidden. That's the kind of thing I want to set up. And once we have that done, nothing's stopping us at that point. That's like most of the game at that point. The rest of it's just kind of extending other parts that we've already written. Brutalist wall center extended. Doorway. I gotta make sure this is spelled correctly. And then we set this. Asset browser, user library, unassigned, bam. I think I spelled the other one incorrectly, didn't I? Yeah, that one's spelled incorrectly. We need to open that up. Jeez. Different spellings. Okay. Now we can go new. Then we take this one, pop it in here. And then this is our window. The more I think about C++ stuff, I'm like, I really want to do C++. But then I'm like, no, I've got so many things to work on. Let's just focus on those. And then you can dick around in C++ when it's done. All right? Focus. Focus up. Stop thinking about it. Ah, Ryan's back from their lurk. Nice. Center extended window, right? Extend window. You know what I mean. Center left. What's that? Brutalist wall. Center left. Why am I calling it center left? Do I need to call it center left? I think I can just call it left. All right. Get rid of that. Mark that as an asset. Asset browser. User library. That one. There we go. After swapping over to Chillhop, yesterday there were claims that Chillhop was making against my my VOD yesterday, but not the day before. So I had to manually do stuff anyway, which I was trying to avoid because I had that same issue with other other lo-fi music that I was allowed to use. I think the difference, though, is that once I clear these up, they're gone. They go away. I don't have to worry about it again. Whereas with the other way, it was more, I'd clear them up, and then 2 months later, it'd come back. And it's like, you suck. Go away. You've lost this. I used to hate my facial hair. Medusa. But it grew on me. Ah, good. Good. I'm glad to hear that you no longer hate your facial hair. Glad to hear it. The last thing we want, the last thing we want here is people that hate facials. All right? All right? The last thing we want. All right. Go into our asset browser. User library. It's not marked as an asset. That's why. Cool. Go under there. Copy that. It is going to be interesting to figure out how to get these hidden from the camera at certain points. What's on the agenda this week? We are getting these meshes moved into an asset library, and then we are going to, in Godot, start making a building using those, like using these meshes. We will have we'll like animate the doors and have those trigger when the player gets near them. And the next thing we'll need to do is have what do you call it? Have the upper floors, so when the player enters a building, have the floors above it or the roof hide so that you can see your player in the buildings. I've been seeing here and there of that. Why I mentioned level design one stream. Turning on a sick box. You were working on a box. Yeah. So let's go a brutalist wall left windowed. We can mark you as an asset. Go into the asset browser. Go into here. Pop you there. Voila. We can go new. Paste. You're already... Yeah, so you're the center right. Brutalist, wall right. Brutalist, wall right. There we go. I think it's gonna... Oh, I just remembered it's like 29 degrees and raining today. Talk about shit. Ah, well. Good thing I am inside, right? Let's mark you as an asset. Where is it? Asset browser. Nope. Nope. No. I forgot how many of these we made. And the fact we got most of them done yesterday too. It's insane. For some reason, this doesn't feel like it's sitting right these days. Sounds like it'll be a fun state after that. Main vertical slice mostly. Yeah. So I just need to figure out the best way to handle it. Whether it's... like, I think it'll be using a grid and going, all right, anything on a floor higher than this, hide it. Like, turn off all the floors higher than this, if that's possible. I don't know if that's possible with a grid map. It might not be. And if it's not, then, well, dang. Mark's assets. Asset browser. Use the library. There we go. That's weird. I had saved that, right? And this will be Brutalist wall. Right. Windowed. Mark as assets. Get rid of the materials from here. We don't need them. Get rid of that extra mesh. Don't need it. Set browser. User library. Unassigned. Objects. EZ. Take this one. This is the last wall, but it's not the last model. It's unfortunate. You still got the doors, still got the windows. That's alright. This is the easy work. That's what this is. Brutalist. Wall. Right. Wait. Brutalist wall windowed. Ah, yeah, because, yeah, it's just that one. Yep. Perfect. Now we got the windows. Be this. This is the center window. That's why. And we got ads coming in. Papers. We got to get these words set up. I gotta get myself another copy too. I think this one I can go center window. Let's go literalist wall center window. Alright, where are we? Was. Connect it up. Throw it up here. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready for WAS. So here we go. And what, I got 15 push-ups to do? That's easy. There's the first word for you. So let me knock these push-ups out and then get a coffee.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
So easy. Actually, ball. Right, BRB.
and there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Yay! Let's see. Turning to tuning. Ruin, rung. Grunt. King. Ooh. Good. Turn. Yep. Oh, that's what it is. Unit. There we are. Very nicely done. Good work. Nicely done, you all. Let's pause those. And we turn those off, ready for the next ads. So, let's see here. What are we doing? Look at this one. So. Let's get these finished off. There you go. Brutalist window. Brutalist wall center window. Go into here. Get rid of those. Get rid of that. Hey! Displant. Good day, you good dunce. How are you all doing today? What's going on? What up, Rust Compiler? Here's a brief overview of the game we're making. We're just doing some 3D modeling at the moment. We're separating stuff out into an asset library. And then we'll be able to start building a modular building in our game. And start working on having, like, floors go invisible when you enter the building so you can still see your player and stuff like that. Gonna be fun. Gonna be fun. Alright. Yeah, what were you doing today? Let's say, oh yeah, I've got to save it. Got to go to user library, and we got to pop that under objects. Bam! As you can see, we've got a few models that we need to move around. Got to go walk your dog? Fair enough. Make sure when you're walking your dog, give your dog plenty of pats from me. I don't have a dog, and I want a dog, so I need to live vicariously through others. Brutalist window. Small one. Brutalist window, small one. There we go. Brutalist window, small one. We gotta clean this up, get rid of all the materials here, get rid of the extra meshes. Set the object to be an asset. Switch this over to the asset. Bam. Oftentimes the dog wants to walk you. That's true. It's very, very true. Barks a lot. I get rid of those. Brutalist window left 1. Beautiful. But yeah, what we do here, for anyone that doesn't know, is game dev. Occasionally I'll do some, like, just API dev or web dev or whatnot. But it's mostly game dev. We've done Pong in C++ using Raylib. We've got a few things on Itch, which are all demos, just kind of learning bits and pieces. And we're still working. So Escape from Thingy on there is our current side project. Hopefully have that finished and wrapped up by June and thrown up on Steam for people to play. And the other one, Hypnagogic, we just did that for a game jam recently. There's a lot of work that needs to go into that, but that'll be our next side project. Brutalist window left 1. Marcus assets. Go into here. Objects. Bam. Oh, yes, I should tell you all. I've completely forgotten. It's Dad Joke Saturday. So your next messages, now that the raid is over, your next messages need to be a dad joke, except for you, Displant. You're the raider, so you don't have to do a dad joke. But anyone that's come in with the raid or anyone else in chat that wants to say something, your first message of the day needs to be a dad joke. If it's not a dad joke, we have to time you out for 10 minutes. So, yeah. I forgot to explain that before, so we'll let it go. We won't count the messages that you've done so far. Brutalist wall, Brutalist window. Right 1. Brutalist. There we go. This is such tedious work. I'm definitely optimizing this flow. Definitely optimizing this flow. Okay, copy you, paste you here. Because, yeah, the issue is that we put them all into one file. I don't want that. Don't want that. We want we want to make them in separate blend files first, and then we want to upload those into our asset library. Brutalist window large 1. Markers assets, asset browser. There we go. That's all the windows. Now we just got the doors. Pull this out. Brutalist door left 1. Once we've done this, we just need to update all of this to use these asset library ones. And then we're good, pretty much. Doing pretty good at that point. That's right, we need to go objects, markers asset. Pop it under there. Definitely save. I don't know how I'm so bad at hitting Control V. I've pressed Control V so much that you would think I could just do it without looking. But no, lately I've been hitting Control B. Like some kind of person that doesn't know where the keys on the keyboard are. It's very annoying. Mark as assets. Brutalist door. Right one. Delete that. Delete that. User library. There we go. 2 more. Yes. Brutalist door left 1. I think we should be able to get our next... We should be able to get the trophy today, actually, on Phasmophobia. Brutalist... Left 1. I thought I already had that. I do. Oh. Brutalist door, small, left 1. Okay. Because we have a small and a large door. That makes sense. Naming conventions, they're important. If you don't have naming conventions, everything goes wrong. Brutalist door, large. There we are. Lovely. Brutalist door. Small right. Get rid of these. Markers asset. Brutalist door, small right. 1. Rename. Brutalist door, large right 1. How is Brutalist door large right 1? Brutalist door left. Yep. Rename you. Brutalist door, large, left 1. Brutalist door, small. Right. 1. There we go.
Who got the TTS?
H-Ives. You have the TTS. God. I hate the fact that I accidentally got almond milk this week. What up, Rex? How are you doing? How's the YouTube? Sorry if I missed that. My bad. Didn't mean to. So we got large right 1. Left 1, which that's wrong. Need to open that. There we go. Update that. So you got large left, large right, small left, small right, doorway, wall center extended, wall center extend doorway, wall center window 1. So I can actually rename that to be Brutalist. Window 1. Wolf, what's going on? How are you doing on this fantastic day? G'day, you gedunt. So we got center extend doorway, wall corner, wall left, left doorway, left windowed, right doorway, right windowed. And then wall windowed, Brutalist window 1, Brutalist window large 1, Brutalist window left 1, Brutalist window right 1. Honestly, I can just have one of those. We don't need both of those. Because they're the same size. So Brutalist window left and right. Get rid of you. No. Get rid of that. Open this. We can rename this. Oh, actually. No, because they have that. And that's important. That's needed. Okay. Restore both of those. Because yeah, they've got different ends on them to account for the wall not being there and stuff like that. We got the window small 1 and the extend windowed. Cool. Cool.
Will you add a Walmart Black Friday event? If you do, will it be survivable?
No and no. No, I will not be adding one. If I did, no, it would not be survivable. That's why I'm not adding it. Alright? Not adding it for that reason. So if we close... I think we can close this out. If we go here... Okay, so we can see there's 3 that don't have the material. So... open that. That's right, we need to rename all these, don't we? Shit. So where's the brutalist wall center extended? Drop you in. -3. And we'll get rid of you. From a scale of 1 to 10, how random that question was. -4. -4. It was not in any way random. That one there we can get rid of. So that one's that. I believe this one's the accent. No, this one's... yeah, this one's that. These are that. Actually, no. White light. There we go. And then center extended window.
Is everybody in the groove? Well, stick around.
Actually,
just warming up, baby.
Actually, I gotta set these back. So cement, red lights. Okay. Actually, I should probably change that to just be like a white light. So, I still don't think we're going to have any locked doors in this game. So, just doing these wall enclosure things today. Not sure how to frame it. No, so we're finalizing this stuff at the moment. Once we've got them all replaced with these, then we're going to go into Godot and we're going to build a modular building using these walls and doors and such. And then we're going to start setting up the code to, when the player enters the building, have it detect and hide the upper levels of the building. So that way you can still see the player and the player can move around the building and such. What do we need? Brutalist wall. Ah, shit, that's what I need to do. We need... the wall center extended window. Bluest wall. Center extended window. This is the one here. That's what we want. Gamian! G'day, you good dunce. How are you doing? How goes things? Ah, shit, I named it wrong. Also named it wrong. Why did the Scarecrow become a motivational speaker? Because he was outstanding in his field. That's actually a good one. Yeah, that one's very popular. Let's see. Brutalist wall, center extended. But yes, don't forget your dad jokes, everyone. That's the first one Grok told me. Yeah, it's the first one on Google, I think. Because a lot of people come in and say that, and they're like, yeah, it was the first one on Google. It's like, oh, okay. Let's drop this one in. Yeah, what were you doing today? We're setting up some wall stuff today. For anyone that doesn't know, there's a brief overview of the game we're working on. When he puts the car in reverse, this takes me back. I like that one. I like that one a lot. That's a great one. What you bubbling about? Bubbling about. That's a good one. That's a good one. Off work today, so I've got a bunch of small things done. Nice. You gotta love those days. Wall center left, that's going to be replaced by you. 0, -6. Started getting the ping wheel ready. I figured out that my new volcano field has a poor frame rate because of the shadows being read into it. Jesus. So your volcano field is rendering shadows. Is that... Damn. Do you have any idea how to fix that? What has 4 letters sometimes has 9 letters, but never has 5 letters. Correct, Sammy. That is correct. Yes, is the answer to that. I'll start with the obvious things. Removed all the lights I don't really need. Removing all the shadow casts I don't really need. Yeah, fair. Six letters. I mean, actually, Wolf, that's 7 letters. That's 7 letters. You're wrong. 100% incorrect. Wall center left door. Through there. -2. -6. Is that a Tron bike? If so, that's sick. Very nice. Very, very nice. Left center windowed. Wall left windowed. Oh, whoops. You should be using that. I have to fix that before I forget about that. Open. Brutalist wall left. Windowed. I don't see the doorway left here. Interesting. Interesting. Sorry, I have to correct that. 7 letters. That's correct. What's a zombie orders on an expensive restaurant? Not a dad joke. Ban this fool. That's a dad joke, Vino. That's a dad joke. You just don't get it. That's all. It's a lame joke. You clearly don't understand the premise of this, Kavino. You're not understanding the premise. They're supposed to be lame. That's why they're a dad joke. She didn't give the punchline though. So you just don't understand the joke. Love it. You don't understand the joke. Read it again, okay? What has 4 letters? Sometimes has 9 letters, but never has 5 letters. Way to dob yourself in, Kavino. That's great. Not all of us can be like top tier dad joke enthusiasts. Ban Sammy for making me look dumb. I'm sorry, that's what I pay Sammy for, so... did you hear about the butcher who went back to prison? He hadn't loined his lesson. Why shouldn't you tell secrets in a cornfield? Why, Max? Why? Because of all the ears? Yep, there are too many ears around. What kind of underpants do lawyers wear? Briefs. Because it's all ears. That's a new one. I haven't heard that one yet, and we've been doing this for a few weeks now. So, well done. Well done. That one we can get rid of now, can't we? You have to be -6, you have to be 4, and you have to be 0. Now we're looking for all center right. Brutalist wall right. 0, 0, 0. Give you cement. Delete you. That was not what was supposed to happen. I copied the next joke as well. Feels more like ears. I mean, that's how you know that dad jokes are working, because a few weeks feels like years. If a chicken chats for the first time on this stream today, they need to tell a dad joke. That's impossible, Gamian. That's impossible. A yoke is like it cannot be a dad. Impossible task being given to a chicken. You're setting this chicken up for failure, Gamian. Does that make you feel like a big man? Huh? 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 No, it's impossible. It is impossible. There you go. A contoured crossbar having two U-shaped attachments that fit around the necks of a team of oxen or other draft animals, with a central ring for hitching the team to a cart, plow, or other load. A yoke cannot be a dad. They could always take a crack at it. Ha! I think what you were going for was this. Yoke. Honestly, I interpreted it as this. I didn't know that. I also thought it was spelled Y-O-K-E. I thought it was spelled Y-O-K-E as well. And it was yoke. So, yeah. We're both fools. I agree, though. They could always take a crack at it. That's a good point. Always take a crack at it. Center doorway, right? 0, 0, 0, 2. Get rid of you. Set you up with white light. Cement. Window right, 0, 0, 0, -4. Oh, not -4, +4. A dad joke. So like a father's flight sim setup. Yeah, there you go. There you go, a father's flight sim setup. A divorced dad's truck simulator setup. There you go. Dad's a mouthful. God damn, Wolf. I know 24 letters of the alphabet. I don't know why. That does work, Gene. I'm still waiting for someone to come in and try my variation of it, which is, I only know 24 letters of the alphabet. I don't know B. Alright? I want someone to come in and say a different letter than Y. Alright? Alright? Second we have that, we'll have a complete setup. Let's see, extended window. So that's large window. -3. Actually, no, you're -3. Oh, actually, you'll be -4. And we'll send you back for... Okay, no, you were -3. Alright. Send you back 5. 6. Okay. Oh, shit, I didn't clear you out either. God damn it. Alright. This is why we do this, so that we can track down our mistakes. Clean them up before we get too far. What window? Brutalist war window. Brutalist. Left, small, large. Go to the blend file and get rid of our materials. You need to be glass. You need to be dark metal. Then we need to go back into this blend
How many
file.
Mikaris do you guys think we need to fill a stadium?
How many Macories? 480,000. Like, how are we defining filling it? Are we saying all the seats have a Macori sitting in them? Or are we saying, like, you've got Macories piled in all the way up to the top of the stadium? Like, what type of fill are we talking about? Just the seats? Well, it depends on the stadium in that case. The MCG in Australia, you're going to need about 130,000 Macories, because that's how many seats there are. Why don't programmers like nature? Why, Lupo? And also, g'day, Lupo. It has too many bugs. That's true. It's very, very true. I want to argue, but I can't. We have Brutalist window 1. 0, 4, -3. We set up dark metal, glass. Actually, is it set up that way? I think it's set up that way. Need to double check. Yep, cool. It is set up that way. And just fill it with 3 and add 2 hypnotics and you got a full house. Damn straight, Wolf. Oh, you know how to do it. How many piled up Macories do we need? I don't know. It's too much math to figure out, so not gonna bother. Not gonna bother. Get rid of that one. Because now it's you. 0, 4, 3. Then you go dark metal and you go glass. And then we have the left window. This one. Mr. D-Boy! G'day, you gadunts. How are you? Read the warning message, okay? Boy, you're excluded from the Dad Joke Saturday. Everyone else, you must say a dad joke, otherwise you will get timed out if you do say something in chat. Or you can bribe me if you don't want to get timed out. That's your call, alright? Completely up to you. There's an overview of the game. Tangier, late as always. Punishment for my viewers, exactly. Punishment for your viewers. That's how we do it here. We get raided, we punish the people that come in. Alright? Raid us. Jeez. We don't get raided, we are the ones who raid. All right. But welcome in, y'all. If you don't know me, I'm Hypnotic, and I stream 6 days a week for 10 to 12 hours a day. And what we're doing at the moment is we're finishing setting up some modular building components, and then we're going to go into Godot and we're going to start making a building. And then we're going to code the logic so that when you enter the floor of the build, like the bottom floor of the building, the upper floors are hidden from the camera so that you can see your character as they walk around. Yeah. One of me, I'm introverted. That's a good one. Well done, McCory. I like that. So this here, we need to move it to there. We need to go back into here. We need to open the window left. We go into our material. We need to go into here. We need to remove these materials. And then we need to change all these out to be used in our default ones, not their imported ones. And then we need to go into the blend file. We need to delete these 3. So yeah, there's some cleanup that we're doing while we're doing this as well. So, what we're doing is maths with McCory. Lies. You're doing maths with McCory. Let's grab this one. This one's also okay. This one's clean. 4, 0. Okay. Glass. No, you're the cement wall. You're the dark metal. There we go. Wouldn't everyone just regard the stadium as still empty? Not everyone. McCory would regard it as crowded. What do you call -1 sitting alone in a booth? Overnumerousness. All right. There we are. Wooty woot woot. Oh, that door. We need to fix up that door first. Just noticed a trend in design as a whole. Some may call it modernization. Some may say it's simplification. I call it the graying of the world. Yep. That joke had its enormousness. It's the best thing to come out of IT Crowd, to be honest. Is that joke. Overnumerousness. Giles? It is in the dictionary, and the joke does make sense. Oh, God. So this door here... Oh, shit, we didn't do the doors. Whoops. I'm super smart. Super smart.
I prefer to use Tenettenbar.
Can you use it in a sentence? Sure. Hello. That's a nice Tenettenbar. So stupid. Far out. Set that there. Put that there. Good morning, Gadats Gadais. Gadats Gadar Gadais. Ganettenba. Gadettenba. Gadettenba. Good morning, Gadats Gadai. Gadats Gadar Gadais. Gadettengada. No, Gadettenba. 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 Gadats Gadar Gadais. Gadettenba. Jesus Christ, that's a mouthful. That's difficult to say, and I never want to try it again. 2, 3. Drop you in. Go 2, 3. Go. Like so. There we go. Easy pizzazziness. Just double check my blend files here, make sure there's no materials that are excess. Lock you so that you're not going to be deleted by accident. Alright. Should look good now. Okay, so there's an issue with that. That door's not doing the light. We gotta fix that. I'll assume each Macquarie is 18 years old, measured 10 inches. 18 inches wide. I mean, you can do whatever you want. That's up to you. Where's this door small left? We're changing this to properties. Okay. Sign. Now, I already saved it. God damn. This thing's so pushy. 2, 3. Delete you. Jiminy's! Guitar Assassin. G'day, you gadunts. How are we? What were you up to today? Welcome in all. Here's a brief overview of the game we're making. Now, Guitar, you don't need to say a dad joke. You're exempt from the dad joke for being the person that raids in. However, everyone else that's come in with the raid, your first message must be a dad joke, otherwise you get timed out for 10 minutes, alright? It's Dad Joke Saturday. Or as we call it, Dadder Day. Yeah. Making some music? Nice. Very, very nice. We are getting some model stuff set up, and I'm trying to figure out why that's not working. Why is that not working? I'm gonna delete you. We updated it. Why aren't you select... What? This? Jeez. So what kind of music were you making? And are you just making it for fun, or do you have a game that you're working on, or are you doing some commercial music for work or a contract or something? Like... Okay, it's saved. That has been saved. Let's go over to here, refresh, drop you here. Okay, so there seems to be an issue where even though this has been updated, it's not updating in the asset library. So, oh, words, shit. Writing some orchestral music for school. You go to music school. Ooh, very nice. Are you enjoying it? How far in are you? Loan. There's the first word for you all. I do have 26 push-ups that I need to do. So, give me a second to do these push-ups.
One, 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26.
Alright. Now I'm back. Compared to yesterday, this number of push-ups is easy. Ooh. Damn it. Molar. What about an O-larm? We have an A-larm. What about an O-larm? That was close, chat. That was close. Stammy coming in at the end there with a last-minute push. I like it. We did it. Just played Grounded last week. Ferret. There you go. Fret, feet, free. Freer.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. Freer and freer. Sorry, Wolf, I had to take it. Better. Nice, nice. Alright, that means tria. No. Oh, refer. Perfect. You are all amazing. pause that for the next ad break. That 10-second delay makes it harder. Yeah, I know. I'll generally call out words that I
It
see.
would take approximately 90,723 to 93,041 Micaries to fill the Scottish Gas Murrayfield Stadium.
Fair enough. That's very random information. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Yeah, I'll generally call out words that I see, so that people can enter them, and then I'll generally wait one full padlock to disappear before I enter it, to give people time to, with the delays and such. Generally. Not saying it always happens. You escaped the ad dimension. Nice. Yeah, you rated us just as ads were kicking off. So that still has that stuff, but it hasn't. I don't know why it's not updating. Rated because I did music for the game Oscillator for the Radial Jet. Oh, nice. That was you. Very nice. Yeah, I didn't have time to get any music in. I kind of got stuck on the grappling mechanic for like 8 hours of the jam. So that kind of wore me out. I didn't have time to get as much done as I wanted to. There. But hey, that game is going to be our next side project. I'm thinking I'm going to make it something like one large 2D level with changing environments as you go up. And then you have to use your mechanics in different ways to like combine different things, and you have to try and get to the top. And if you fall, you go all the way down to like, so it's kind of like an only up kind of thing. So like you go up, but then you have the chance to like fall all the way back down. And then you gotta try and work back up again. That's my current plan for it. But yeah, that'll be a side project after Escape from Thingy. I might close this. I might open up a new window. Okay. So this looks better. Dark metal. Blue light. Actually, that's just going to be metal. There we go. Now it's got that blue light on it. Perfect. This should just be metal. 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 Yeah, I had a lot of fun learning that. There was a lot of stuff in there that I hadn't done before. Like the I'd never done a rigid body character movement, so that was interesting. Hemi, Voya, and I also have plans for our game, but it's looking like a main project kind of deal. Yeah. Now, this is our main project. this one here. It's a larger 3D RPG kind of game. So, yeah. We've got a lot of the base mechanics worked out. Now it's just a matter of going through, cleaning things up, and adding more content and altering the mechanics we already have to work with the new stuff we add. So we can trigger abilities, and the abilities have their own logic compartmentalized in their scene. So when we add another ability, we just create a scene for that ability and an ability resource file. And then when they use the ability, it instances that scene, and that scene does all the logic for that ability. So we can add as many different abilities as we want with all different kinds of logic. So yeah, that'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Just check here. That all looks good. All right. Now that we've got that done, open this. You see we've got all of our stuff here. And then all of these I'm going to want to save as materials. Do you have a timeline for your game? I want to create a file in here, a folder in here. New folder, materials. Not yet. The other two want to release their previous game, Jam Game, first. Yeah, fair. Fair. I guess that gives you some time to kind of tinker with different types of music and whatnot. Kind of play around and be like, ooh, what if I do this? Metal Trez. Oh, that's use external. Whoops. Extract into here. This stuff here. Yeah, we'll leave it like that for now. Good enough. Now, I'm thinking... I think I just need it to be a Node 3D. There you go. Brutalist mesh library. I think this is how I do it. I think. So if we import, and then we go create new, actually no, right click this, and go create new mesh library, a new inherited scene. Buildings here, Brutalist mesh library. I think what I need to do here now is I need to go Where is it? So we start with this corner. And we go collision shape. Static body child. And we go a simplified convex. That's gonna do that, but I don't want that. What I want is just a box. So this mesh library will be 2.75. So if we bump this up to, well, I can't be bothered doing math. There. We bump it up to there. And we go 0.2, 0.2. That's a bit big. So I think it's actually more like 0.38. And this would be 0.19. 0.19. I think that works. That'll stop the player getting too close to stuff. So we'll have these as 0.38 thick as well. Add a static body 3D. Add a collision shape. This is going to be the longest part of the day, I think. Setting all this stuff up. So do the box shape. And we have this do 0.38. I think it's 2 on the X. It's 2.75. And this is 1.375, I think it was. Yeah, it was. We go forward 0.19. Copy, paste, paste, paste. Easy. And I think, what collisions do we have? World, player, interactable. Yeah, so mask will be with world, player, interactable, equipment, item, NPC, damageable. Actually, do we want them interacting? Do we want them interacting with interactable? I don't think so. There's equipment and item will be interactable, but interactable itself will be like doorway. That'll be an interactable. It won't be anything else. What up, ANZ? How are you doing? I should probably update the shading for them as well. Shit. I'm gonna do that first. I need to do that first because I'm worried that if I do it later, it's going to ruin the colliders and stuff. Going to edit. Select edges. Do that. I go mark sharp. Don't need that one marked sharp. Do need those marked sharp. Mark sharp. Mark sharp. Mark sharp. I need to make sure we have all of this. I think that's all we need there. Mark those as sharp. I should really do this in the mesh library, but I'll do that some other time. There we are. Go around. Go around all those. Go around all those. Mark sharp. This will give us a nice little edge for everything when it comes to the shading. There we are. Mark that as sharp. This always takes forever, this part. Nope. That's part of the music, isn't it? Yeah, it's part of the music. That had me concerned. I was like, is something in my house breaking? It's like, uh-oh, today's about to go real bad, apparently. That's everything we need to mark sharp. We'll do the doors and windows last. Alright. Get that done. That I'm pretty sure I didn't we tell you to watch Idiocracy, Tricky? I feel like we've had this conversation. Idiocracy is the greatest documentary to come out of a comedy ever. Oops. So many sharps in this area. I know I said I was going to do windows last, but too bad. Oh, there we go. I rewatched it a few months ago. It's nice. Yeah. Every time, like every year, it gets more accurate. Do you feel like it predicts the future? Kind of the present, sadly. So, I do think that there is going to be one thing different. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You're now a Gedunt.
Too bad you won't be able to see out of it. It doesn't have windows.
Now that you're a Gedunt, you have the privilege of introducing yourself to people as a Gedunt. You just go up to them, you say, "G'day, I'm a Gedunt." Doesn't matter who it is. It could be your grandmother. Doesn't matter. They're going to be so excited that they have met a real-life Gedunt. Alright? Also, yes, Apple is making a car. It's not going to have windows. It's going to have oranges. I don't know why. It's an Apple. It should have apples. No, don't ask me. I'm not the one designing it. We covered this yesterday. But yeah, the one thing with Idiocracy that I think will be different in the actual future is because, like, what's happening right now is the general population is being dumbened, for lack of a better word. But the upper echelons of society, they're not spending their time on TikTok and YouTube and all that kind of stuff. They're spending their time doing things outside of that. So they're not catching that level of brain rot, right? So the upper echelons are going to remain the more privileged because they aren't participating in the brain rot as much. And I'm not talking about your celebrities. I'm not talking about your again bimbo Paris Hiltons and shit like that. They're a result that they are celebrity brain rot. All right. I'm talking about people running Google and stuff like that. People running TikTok. People running YouTube. People running all the social medias. Those people are going to stay at the top. They're not going to be dumbened as much as everyone else. What up, Mez? G'day, you gidunts. How are you? What are you up to today? What'd you get done? Let us know. For everyone that's new here, I'm Hypnotic. That's the game we're working on. I'm streaming 10 to 12 hours a day for 6 days a week. So feel free to chill out and have fun. Today is Dad Joke Saturday, so you do need to say a dad joke. Otherwise, I will have to time you out for 10 minutes if you say something in chat. Now that I have covered that, Zero, you're safe. You came in. I hadn't yet explained it. All right? Mez, you're safe. You're the raider. Everyone that's come in through the raid, give us a dad joke before you start talking. Otherwise, you disappear for 10 minutes unless someone bribes me to untime you out. All right? I'm not above bribes. I will happily take bribes. I've been making a Mez in-game maker. That's my dad joke. You don't need a dad joke. You're raiding us. I'm not going to time out the person that raided us. I'll just time out the people you brought with you. That's all. But yes, we're just updating some models here. We're setting them up so that they have sharp seams, so that the shading on them is correct. And then we can get them into our game. We can start making a modular building. What do you say if you lose 25% of your roof? Ooh. That's a good one. I've never heard that before. What up, Rob? How are you doing? You're making an amazing game. Isn't Game Maker a mess to begin with? No, isn't Game Maker a mez to begin with? In all serious though, I've been doing some pixel art today. Nice. Learning Ace Bright as it was gifted to me by one of my viewers. Oh, that is so great. That's awesome. See, I compile Ace Bright so that I get it for free. But it also means that I have to keep compiling it every time I want to update it. So, also I'm on Linux, and Ace Bright on Linux has some folder permission stuff that I can't be bothered dealing with. Thank you for the follow there, Rob. Much appreciated. You're now a Gedunt, alright? And what that means is you get to introduce yourself to people as a Gedunt. Alright, so the next time you see someone that looks like they go to the gym, go up to them and say, "I'm a Gedunt," and then just wait for their response. That's it. It's an icebreaker. That's what it is. I say my dad joke again just in case I talk. Why are elevator jokes so classic and good? They work on many levels. That's true. That's true. And don't worry, the one thing we do is if you say a message, like if you put up a message and we're unsure about if you've said something, we can see your message history. So me and the mods can see your message history. So we can identify that you said a dad joke earlier if we missed it. So it's all good. Don't worry. Looking good. It mustache a lot of time to look like that. It doesn't. Like, growing it takes a lot of time, yes, but styling it in the morning is like 3 minutes. And the beard I just kind of let go wild. The beard's like all over the place when it comes to... But I need to tidy it up, but I can't be bothered. The reason I started growing the beard was because I couldn't be bothered shaving. I'm not going to spend more time.
How many multiplayer gamers does it take to fix a light bulb? None. You can't pause a multiplayer game. Hee.
That's true. It's true, you can't. Imagine all the time you'd save if you shaved it off. No, because then I'd just spend that time shaving. Like... it goes naturally upwards like that because he's down under. Yeah, gravity goes up in Australia. How's it going, you guys? Today, we're doing some 3D modeling. Look at this. Look at this. This is what we call brutalist architecture. It's amazing, it's fantastic. Everyone wants it. Whoa, I just realized an issue. I have extra faces there. That's not supposed to be. Whoops. Shit. Well. That's what we want. That's what we want. There we go. If you did informational YouTube videos like this, I would watch every single one and learn so much. Give me an informational video to make. A topic that you want an informational video on, I'll make it on my next day off.
Video games don't cause violence. Lag does.
That's correct. That is correct. Video games don't turn people into angry people. Lag turns people into angry people. It's true. Oh no, wait, I do need that. Never mind. I'm an idiot. That's correct. Whoops. Since you said it, brutalist architecture. Alright, and what kind of information do you want to get out of this video? Do you want to know when brutalist architecture was founded? Do you want to know why it gets used and why people like it? What's the type of stuff I'm covering here to give you the most information I can? I think we found our long form content too. So a moth walks into a podiatrist's office and the podiatrist says, "What seems to be the problem, Moth?" And the moth says, "Oh God, if only there were just one. My father died and I'm worried my uncle killed him and my mother is sitting on him and I don't know what to do, Doc." And the doc says, "Man, Moth, those are really big problems, but it sounds like you need to see a psychiatrist. I'm a podiatrist. What brought you into my office today?" And the moth says, "Oh, the light was on." Yep. That's a good one, Mongo. I want to know what it is, its history, and anything else about it. Whoa. Alright, I'll start working on a video after streams, and on Wednesday, I'll put together like a 5-minute video about brutalist architecture. When it started, how it came about, why it's used, all that kind of stuff. Who created it?
I'ma eat your toes.
You can try. I'm a head with hands. I have no toes. Gotcha. Beaten at your own game. How does that feel? I bet it feels shite. I wouldn't know how it feels, because no one's ever beaten me at my games. I'm that good. Whoops. I think that's everything that needs to be. Yeah. What? Almost missed one. Too many. Whoops. I missed a lot. You didn't see anything. Alright. Oh, Intrex, no! You're gonna have to be timed out for 10 minutes. Oh, wait, I'm sad. Well, I mean, someone needs to bribe me to stop me from timing out now. Alright, Macori's bribed me. No timeout for you today, Intrex. Why is Hypno in such good mood today? I'm always in a good mood, you get done. When am I not in a good mood? G'day, Oxynom. Don't forget your dad joke. Read the warning. Need to read the warning. What the hell, that hat just screws up my hair. Whatever. What torture you were subjected to for 8 hours? If you say anything other than a town hall meeting with the CEO...
Rule 1: if the ice don't water, ice water the don't. Rule 2: please not forget shoes when rain is banana coming soon. Rule 3: close window after bird sing please loudly with jelly. Rule 4: if phone ring, answer big smile please now and cookie. Rule 5: when bread fall, butter slide floor fast like rocket. Rule 6: if chair wobbly, please sit carefully avoid full moon. Rule 7: if cat jump high, please not forget dog catch flying. Rule 8: when rain loud, puddles dance please slip banana. Rule 9: if light flicker, please panic check switch quickly spoon.
The fuck are you smoking, Goose? I want storage on my C drive, please. Get a larger drive. There you go. Just pointing this out because I think it's genuinely a fun idea for YouTube channel. You can link it to its use in games to keep it relevant for the audience. Ooh, that's very smart. That's a great idea, Bucky. That's a great idea. I looked in the fridge and said, that's Jammy. That's Jammy, my kid. Then said, what's Jammy? Then I showed them the jam. Yes. That is a terrible joke, Oxynom. I'm glad you can admit it. I have no idea what's even taking all my storage. I have emptied my temp folder and my downloads. No videos or games. How much... Like, when you inspect the C drive, what does it say for the amount of... Like, the total size of C drive? It's 12:47 a.m. Yeah, that's tired. You're tired, that's what that is. Does that even pass? I mean, it's a dad joke, so it passes. And it says that there's nothing free. So, like, when you're inspecting how large the drive is, it should tell you how much is free as well. No, I'm wheeled. There's 50 gigs free. Alright, so there is free space. I needed to move Linux so I could study better. And, well, first time for some reason, I think because of FuseLib. Yep. Made me stuck in verbose boot or something like that. Had to reinstall factory set and my USB with Linux to be able to get it to work again. Removed everything had to. Anyways, after that, I installed a lot of stuff, softwares, and such, and such. I had an issue where Linux was using my Intel graphics and ignoring my NVIDIA graphics card. I switched it and it broke. What distro are you using? I bet I can get more storage by deleting System32. You can try Vongo, you will get more storage, but I don't think you'd be able to access anything. I will say it sounds like Intrex is using Arch. This sounds like an Arch install experience to me. Is that Jet Skins at Lincoln Memorial Pool? I use Arch, by the way. Oh, jet skis at Lincoln Memorial Pool. Yes, it is. You're watching... I forgot. You're watching Idiocracy. We got these ones. Shit. We got the corners. Alright. Mark Sharp. There we go. Legit visited everything in Linux. Did a Control F2. Went to grup and grup only. Allowed me to be put instantly in the shell version. Using Ubuntu. It's so much and ended up just having to change to discrete in BIOS. Ah, okay, yeah, it was a BIOS settings. Yeah. Yeah. Have you made your dad joke payment of the day? Ooh, that's a good point. I don't think they have. No, they haven't. Okay, Bear, read the pinned message. I'm gonna have to time you out for 10 minutes because you didn't say a dad joke. Alright? So, sorry. Unless someone bribes me to untime you out, we will see you in 10 minutes. Yep. It's unfortunate, but I don't make the rules. Well, I mean, I do make the rules, but I also enforce them, so...
Untime him now.
Oh, no one's bribed me. Someone needs to bribe me to get Bear untimed out. It's not... Bucky's the one that pointed out that they hadn't made a dad joke today. Blame Bucky, not me. Jesus. Give you a PS2 controller? Nah. I'm sorry, but the only bribes that I accept are bits, subs, or Tangia bit events. I was doing my job, I was following orders. Oh, wait. I think there was an issue as well in itself. In the Control-Alt F2 or 3, it came back as an error when doing NVIDIA SMI. Legit purged and installed NVIDIA so many times. So I think in Trex that could just be an issue with the NVIDIA drivers. Because the NVIDIA drivers of recent have been causing problems with... with systems, like operating systems and stuff. And that sounds like the issue that, or a issue that could be coming about because of the NVIDIA driver issue. And that's been plaguing a lot of people. Like, even on Windows, even on Windows systems, the drivers for NVIDIA GPUs have been causing black screens and stuff like that. Hates new Vulkan drivers half the time. Really? I haven't had any issues with Kiddo stuff. Like, all of my issues come from the fact that things aren't supported with AMD bits. I'm fine with that, though. I'm fine with things not supporting the AMD bits, because I can just do that myself. That's fine. Blocks start deleting sometimes. Interesting. I don't know, I just feel like it's the kernel for some reason. Defo wrong, but just feel it. I mean, it could be like a problem with the latest version of Ubuntu as well, because I'm still running Kubuntu 2404, the LTS support version. So if there's an issue in the newer versions, I'm not going to know about it. The next time I'll be upgrading will probably be the 2604 LTS. Something like that. No, 2404. 2504 just came out. So if you're using 2504, there's every chance that there's an issue with that, because 2504 just came out, like just got released like a few days ago. Yeah, no, I'm 2404. Okay. So yeah, you've got an LTS version, so that should be pretty stable. There shouldn't be any issues with that, because they're not doing the same large updates to that as they do for the newer versions. Primarily so things don't just randomly break. That's why it's a long-term support. It's like, this is stable, it works, we're not gonna dick with it. Alright? How did I not get that? Alright, Marcus Sharp. I still think the 5060 and the 5060 Ti are the stupidest graphics cards I've seen to date. Like, they have the same amount of RAM as the 5070 and the 5080. Right, the only difference is the number of cores in them. It's like, why do that? Why do that? Just have the 5060 at 12 gig, the 70 at 16, and the 80 at 20 gig. Alright? You're still using the same amount of RAM modules. They're just correctly distributed across the pricing range. But no, they want to release I'm pretty sure the 5080 Super will have 20 gigs. I feel like that's what they're going to do. 2080 Super will be 20 gigs, and that will be enough for them to charge an extra $200 or $300 for the GPU. Instead of, you know, giving the 5080 Super 24 gigs or something smart. You know, it does make sense. I am interested to see if if AMD releases a 9080 and 9090. What do you expect? The only GPU brand on the market? Although I have heard that AMD are catching up. Yeah, like, so even with the 5070's fake frames, I think the 9070 XT keeps up with it in terms of FPS. Or the 9070 XT is better than the 5070 versions when they're not using those AI generated frames. I think. AMD is very good and cheaper than Nvidia. Yeah. Much cheaper. Much, much, much cheaper. But yeah, I think if AMD release a 9080 if they release a 9080 or a 9090, that may be enough to like get me to upgrade. Oh, whoops. That's the OS key. My bad. Down there. I think that's all we need. My God, how did I not get this side of the doorway? What the hell am I doing? It's like such an important part. I'm just like, nah, not doing it. Far out. Sometimes I think, what the frick am I doing? Whoops. I don't need the bottoms done. We got that corner. We got that corner. Mark sharp. Alright. The issue that I'm not sure about, I think I heard, is that AMD GPUs only work with AMD CPU. No, they don't. They work with Intel CPUs as well. Has been that way for over 10 years. Yeah, exactly. Also, AMD CPUs are better than Intel CPUs anyway. So why would you not have an Intel? Why would you not have an AMD CPU in the first place? Freedom! Oh no, the ad break is coming up there. You've gotten free just as the ads are hitting. How terrible. Over 15 now, but that's still over 10. That's true. That's true. Ryzen 5 3600, I'm real happy with it. Nice. Yep, you're going back to jail. What timing? That's okay, because I have to do 45 push-ups. Ooh. Code. There's a fake letter. I think F might be the fake letter. Maybe. No, H is the fake letter. There you go. Alright, I'm gonna get these 45 push-ups knocked out. Oh, actually 47 now. Shit. Let's see how high it gets when the ads start. If you liked my dad joke, I had another one. But it went to buy cigarettes and never came back. Nice. Very nice. Chord, coda, board, force. Okay, 45 push-ups. Thank God. Alright.
1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh. That's difficult. Good stuff. Focus on chat. It's just a bunch of words. What are you talking about? Let's continue. Don't you feel like you're scamming us with push-ups? It's so easy to say to push up a floating head. I mean, you got to remember, my beard. This is what's doing the push-ups. All right. You ever tried to do a push-up using hair? Ugh. But at the same time, if I wasn't doing the push-ups, I would also be cheating myself. And it's not like you're getting anything out of it. Like, I do it during the ad break. So... Three. I know the big words. We get something when you're back and all agitated and breathless. I mean, it also depends on how many people are in chat.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. How are we not getting this? Oh my God, what's that last word? Alright. Pop that on hold. But yeah, what's real bad with the push-ups that I discovered yesterday? For those of you that don't know Travis Froman, shout out to Travis Roman, does like, he's making a game engine called Kohi Game Engine. He's written it in C, and he's making a game with it at the moment when he streams. He's got on his YouTube, he's got like all of his VODs, which are essentially a tutorial on how to build a game engine. But he raided us yesterday with 80 people just before the ads hit. Oh my god. I feel like that was a targeted attack. Bucky apparently has a PhD in English. Of course. Of course he does. I mean, so do I. I just choose to not use it. You know? Mark Sharp. Those are some odd-looking Marlboro cigarette packets. I mean, that's because they're not. You know? Don't smoke, kids. I used to smoke, and it has ruined me for the last decade. So, you know, don't do it. No, not Mark Seam, Mark Sharp. Yeah, from the age of 17 to 23, 24, no, 23. It's before I started working as a programmer. I'm one of the lucky people though that does, like, I'm one of the lucky people that doesn't get addicted to things. One day I was just on my way to work and it tasted like I could taste it, and it just tasted bad that day for some reason. So I just threw out all my cigarettes and my lighter at that point, and I was just done. Like, that was it. I was like, ugh, that tastes bad. Ugh. So then I just threw them all out and I moved on. Obviously, it's not that easy for everyone. But yeah, that was my whole thing. I think we're good with all the seams here now. So if we go out of that and we go into this, should be able to... Yeah, everything looks a lot better like that. I'm back. It was VSync. Oh, VSync was causing your issues. Oh, interesting. Never going to smoke them because it's expensive and inconvenient. I hate social sharing. So when people ask me for a cig or a lighter, I could tell them no, I don't smoke. You see, that's Mike. I used to roll my own cigarettes, so I'd buy like the pouch of tobacco, the papers, the filters and stuff. And there was always a rule. If you ask someone that has rollies for a cigarette, you can have one, but you have to roll it yourself. I'm not doing it for you. VSync was causing my FPS to cap at 60. Oh, yeah. So that'll be... The reason it does that in Trex is because your monitor is 60 hertz. Like, if your monitor is only showing you 60 frames every second, why do you want your GPU to render more than that? You know? It's the same with me when I'm streaming. When I'm streaming, I have my applications running at 60 FPS. Because I'm streaming at 60 FPS. Even though my monitor is 165 Hertz, you're not going to see all of that. So what's the point? Pretty sure it isn't 60 Hertz. How do I check on Linux? Should just be like for KDE. Thank you for the lurk, Bongo. For KDE, you just go into here, you go into display and monitor, and it will show here the refresh rate. So it might be more than 100, it might be more than 60 Hertz, it might support more than 60 Hertz, but it might just be set to 60 Hertz. And you got to change it to the higher one. One of my favorite genres of games is farming sims, or as I like to call them, beat 'em ups. That is such an original dad joke. I've never heard that one ever. Nicely done, Zykes. Good loophole, but I just don't like sharing. I don't even like sharing my time. Every time someone asks me to help them move that large piece of furniture from one building to another, I'm always busy that day. That's fair. That's fair. I'm usually free on that day because they're usually going to give me pizza and alcohol. So I'm like, sure, that's worth my time. I can help. So if we zoom in here now. Yeah, okay, so right there. I think what we need to do, open this up, re-import. Okay, so it's still like that, because I think we need to shade flat. How do I open that settings thing? So are you using Ubuntu or are you using Kubuntu? Because it depends on if you're using GNOME or KDE. This settings here is if you're using KDE. Alright, this is a KDE window. So you're probably using GNOME, which means you'll have to find GNOME settings. So you'll be looking for something like this. You'll be looking for a window that looks like this. If you hit your Windows key and you search settings, it should pop up with this all settings thing. And then once you go into that, it's just under hardware displays. Let's go into here. So one thing I'm going to need to do, I'm going to have to... Yeah, so something like this I need to do. Smart UV project. Smart UV project. Cool. Smart UV project. Comes out rather well doing this. So what I need to do next is go into all of these individual mesh files, or not next, but something I need to do in the future is go into all of these individual mesh files for the library and do this UV projection in all of them. So that way, the next time I use them in something, I can, like, it's already got all of this set up. Okay, so with that done, if we now go select all of these. Objects. Shade smooth. And then we go into Godot. It was capped at 60. Yeah, there you go. So you set it to 144. You should be good after that. Okay, so that's doing that now. Not really what we want. Also, why is the light hitting here? That's because of the default light. If we add the world environment, we go new environment, sky, new sky, procedural. So it's still hitting that. I don't think it's doing any sort of raycast. That's why. Like it's not detecting the back of the wall. Delete. This message was sponsored by Brilliant. Is that your dad joke? I'm gonna have to have chat vote on that. How do you set models to automatically update in Godot when they are modified in Blender? So you have your blend file. So I've got my blend file here. So under my editor settings, if we go to, where is it? External, maybe? External programs? No. Import Blender. You set the Blender path, and then it will use Blender to automatically do stuff. Didn't even read the pin. I'll let chat vote on if that's a dad joke or not, Kick. All right, but welcome in the meantime. If chat says that it's not a dad joke, I'll have to time you out for 10 minutes. Don't forget, everyone, it's Dad Joke Sunday. Dad Joke Saturday. It's Dad Joke Saturday. I think it isn't, but warrants a retry. All right, Keek, go again. We'll see if you do better on the second one. Try it again. See, but that one's got it. I wonder. Okay, so let me check something here. If I go shade flat on you, does that. If I then go shade smooth, gets rid of that. Okay, so they're all shaded smooth. Alright. So I think it's an issue with the normal map. Yeah, I don't think we'll worry about it too much for now. Redeemed. Don't worry, Keek. If this weasel times you out, I'll donate 100 individual bits. Ooh. What does Baby call his computer? Data. Damn right. I wish I had have read that sooner, Mike, because I would have timed him out so that I got 100 bits. And I don't care if they're individual. It's still 100 bits. Redeemed. I spit Coke Zero out my nose. I need to go to the hospital. Charlie Chaplin's evil Nazi regime. What? Oh, yes, that's right.
Bits are my favorite form of data.
That's true. They're my favorite form of data too. They're the smallest, and they literally make up everything inside computer information. They are the atoms of computer information. Yep. Funnily enough, they're controlled by particles from our dimension. So, also thank you for the bits, much appreciated. Huge shout out. You are a legend. Aren't the atoms of computer information electrons? Not electrical current. It could be electrical. It depends on what medium it's in. If it's transmitting through a fiber cable, then it's photons. So, yeah. When Subway discovers quarks for bits, it's all over for us programmers. You mean the qubit? Is that the quark for... Literally asking. I'm gonna ignore that for now. We'll see what happens. One thing we do need to do is we need to go into this glass. Transparency cull mode. Back. Blend, subtract. Add, mix. Multiply. Pre-multiplied alpha. Add. Back. Albedo. There was something like uses albedo. No, is RGB. No. Set it about there. Oh no. What GPU do I use? I'm running a AMD 90. Where is it? $7900 XTX. A Radeon RX 7900 XTX. Down to 80 gigs free. Woohoo! Nicely done, Vongo. I'm surprised that Google's install or Microsoft's installs have gone up to 200 gig. It's insane. Yeah, it's all down below. If you want to see my specs, they're all down underneath the vid. No worries. I forgot that they were under the vid as well. So, whoops. Also, we do have a Discord. If anyone wants to jump in there, have a chat with people. We've got some voice channels set up so you can jump in there and talk about how much of a fool I am without me knowing. I still don't understand why so much storage is being used. Microsoft's AI systems, that's why. Sorry, I've got a ringing in my ear now. I want to use Linux so bad. Use Linux. What's stopping you? So it definitely needs to be an add alpha. There we go. Codes! G'day, you good dunce. Ooh, with 61. God damn. G'day, you good dunce. How are ya? Welcome in to Dad Joke Saturday. Alright, you do need to say a dad joke before you say anything else, otherwise you get timed out for 10 minutes. Codes, you're obviously excluded for this. Okay, you've rated us, so I'm not going to time you out. But everyone else, from this point on, you will be timed out if there's no dad joke. It's naan. Naan as in naan bread. I like that. Good. Good. How are you doing, Naan? How's things? No, Vongo, I had to explain it to them first before they do anything. You can't just say gadunts to foreigners, it's scary. I can say gadunt to whoever I want, Push, alright? So, for those of you that don't know what a gadunt is, alright, it's the same as g'day. So, g'day is good day. Gadunt is good, and then Australia's favourite C word. Alright? It's a good thing. It means you're a friend, okay? Thank you for the follow just before as well, much appreciated. Absolute legend. You are officially a gadunt. Your dad is a joke? I mean, to some people, yeah, that's true. What of it? Timeout Push. Nah, they said your dad is a joke. That's a dad joke. That's a dad joke right there. What are you working on? What we are doing at the moment, we're setting up some modular building bits at the moment. 116 push-ups is kind of crazy. That is when the ads hit. Okay, so something we do here is every time the ads roll around, however many people are watching at that time, that's how many push-ups I have to do. So, you know, if the number wants to drop down a little bit, that'd be great. That would save me doing 80 push-ups on the ad break. You know, give us a week or two, and then we'll do 80 push-ups in an ad break. How about that? If all 61 of you stay until the ad break, I'll have to do 116 push-ups. Yep. So this is going to be a modular building set. We're making a top-down action RPG. So we're just getting that stuff put into Godot at the moment. We're going to make a mesh library out of it so that we can use a grid map to build up, sort of thing. And then we're going to have it so that when the player enters a building, the camera detects the layers in between the camera and the player, and all of those hide. So that's the plan. He also cheats a lot. Lies. I never cheat. All right? Never, ever cheat. Ever. In anything. There's no difference between Tiny11 and regular Windows install that got debloated after. That's true. That's true. I don't know how to debloat. Yeah, that's the good thing with Tiny11, is it does all the debloating for you. For anyone that doesn't know as well, I'm here 6 days a week for 10 to 12 hours a day. So we do the long streams forever here. And we do have 1 day a week. So the first stream of every week on Thursdays is our side project day. So we don't just work on this. We also work on that game. That's our side project at the moment. Long streams, exactly. So we still have, at minimum, 6.5 hours to go today. Yeah. Yeah, what are you working on, Nan? If you've got links to what you're working on and such, by all means, post them. I'm happy to show people what you're working on and stuff. Yeah, at the moment, I'm just getting this glass material set up so that we can have a nice window that has some sort of reflectiveness to it. All this because Microsoft won't let me install games to a drive that's not on the C drive. Ouch. Doing a Twitch bot. Nice. Is that gonna be like a chat bot, or is it gonna be a overlay bot, or an extension that you hook into? I post a link to my little project, you say? Yeah. We've also got an area on our Discord for you to post games that you're working on or that you're playing, to discuss programming and get help and stuff. So, Xbox Game Pass game. Yuck. Xbox. Yuck. Metallic does nothing when we've got that turned on. I'm assuming it's probably to do with this more than anything. Yeah. I probably want that to be 10 so it gives some sort of difference to the background. Or we could go with some sort of tint. Okay, there we go. Getting something there now. Okay. YouTube song request bot with an overlay. Oh, nice. Nice. So how is that the song requests? Is that from like specific channels that are like is it from specific channels, or is it just like any song on YouTube kind of thing? Because I'm always interested with how that stuff works when it comes to like copyrights and stuff. YouTube URL request? Okay, yep. Because I know Twitch has a thing where it automatically mutes that stuff, kind of preventing issues. As someone that streams to YouTube as well, YouTube has a whole bunch of BS that I need to go through with that type of stuff. Learned a whole new programming language just so I can configure Neovim. You learned Lua. Lua's a good language. It's very helpful. My free time is spent super wisely. Of course. Well, now that you know Lua, Kick, what you can do is you can now mod games. Yeah. You can mod Hades and Hades 2. You can mod in Gary's mod. Like, a lot of games support Lua modding. Yeah. Check out my cursed art in shared stuff. Let me have a look. Let me have a look-see. Wave hi. Hi, hi. Show off. That's not cursed art. That's a furnace? I learned Lua for my first game, which I made with the Love 2D game engine. Nice. Nice, Sykes. I think, what is it? I think it's Defold that uses Lua as well. I think. Yeah, Lua scripting. Yeah. Default's good for Lua. It's from any video, but yes, with YouTube you can't use it, but you can for Twitch with the music track off the VOD track. Yeah, exactly. Making a top-down shooter multiplayer. And one by one, learning to implement the little things that make a shooter great. Movement prediction, interpolation, corner sliding, etc. Got shoot, reload, dash, knife, grenade, store. 1 kill equals gold, inventory, etc. Please don't crash my tweet or web host. What you should do, Luke, you should throw it up on itch as well. Like, I called you Luke because it's Luke Skywalker. You should throw it up on itch as well as like a single player type thing. If you can. I don't know how it's put together. But yeah, itch will host a game so that people can play your game on itch, and then you can get a demo out there for people to see, and then you don't have to worry about server hosting costs and whatnot. But it does depend how the game is set up. So if the game is tied into the website itself, it's probably not going to work. But if you create the game separately and you just upload it to the site as a separate page or something, you'd probably be able to do it with itch. Yeah, I don't have a separate track for a separate audio track for my music. I literally just have all of my audio that I want on stream going through my desktop, and all the audio that I don't want on stream goes to my headphones. So that way I can hear the audio I don't want going to the stream, as well as the audio going to my stream. But you only hear the desktop audio. So I don't know much about OBS stuff. Use application audios on OBS. I could do that, but that requires me to like configure a whole bunch of extra stuff, like set up a bunch of different application audios. Whereas this way, I just have my desktop audio source. And then I have Chrome, which I run everything in Chrome that I want to go to my stream. And I run everything in Firefox that I don't want to go to my stream. So Firefox goes straight to my headphones. So I can watch a YouTube video, or I can watch another stream, or I can listen to Spotify or something in Firefox. And then you're not going to hear any of that. You can apparently split the audio somehow, so you can stream the audio, but it isn't in the VOD. That's only for Twitch, though. YouTube doesn't support that. So, yeah. It's a bit unfortunate. If YouTube supported that, that would be awesome. Actually, that reminds me. I keep checking up on... I'm going to actually close this out. Because if I close... I have an issue with Blender and Steam at the moment. It's something to do with my AMD GPU. It causes Steam to crash. So... Also, if anyone has any questions for me about Godot or programming or anything I'm doing, please shout out. I'm more than happy to answer questions, like stop what I'm doing and stuff like that. Classic AMD shitty drivers. I don't think it's the AMD drivers. I think it's the open source drivers that I'm using. I think what I need to do is I need to get the AMD Pro drivers installed, but I have no way to test that stuff because I don't have a second AMD GPU to throw into my secondary PC. Because I want to test it first, because every time I've tried to do that, I've always done it incorrectly. and caused things to break further. So I need to do it on a different machine and actually understand how to install it, like what options I need to pass in, read the documentation and stuff, as they say. Because on Windows, it's very easy. You just download the AMD Adrenalin and you install it through that. On Linux, just like with NVIDIA, there's no GUI, there's no application that handles that for you. So, yeah. I need to check my wish list because I need to see if there's been any release dates set for any of the games that I'm waiting for. Like this one, I want a release date. I want to know if it's coming out Q3 or Q4. Alright? Reanimal. I would love a release date for that. Carlson's never going to be released. I'm really hanging out for these two. Those are going to be great. This one I think is in early access at the moment. And I'm waiting for a release date for those as well. Yeah. Is Godot the thing you want to learn, or do you have other aspirations? So I'm using Godot to understand what goes into game development itself at the moment. Once I've got that done, then what I want to do... So I'm making this game, I'm making a couple of side projects as well. Once I've got the 2 side projects made and released, I'm going to keep making this, because this game's going to take me a few years to get finished, this main project. But what I want to start doing as a side project after the next 2 is making something like chess or something like that, using C++ and SDL3 or OpenGL or something like that. And then once I've made that, I can then make something more complicated. Something that doesn't necessarily require gravity, or something that does require gravity but only 2D gravity kind of thing, and start to expand on that. And then once I've got a bit of knowledge in that, I can start contributing to the open source Godot stuff with like more complex input than just, oh, I need to update this line here or something. South of Midnight. I have seen this game. It does look interesting, but it's not my kind of game. Like, it's an action-adventure fantasy kind of thing. I'm much more into puzzle-based games at the moment, like Blueprints, Patrick's Parabox, Block Shop. Those are the games right now I'm into. Whereas I'm not really into your Skyrims, your South of Midnights, or anything like that. From the creators of Contrast and We Happy Few. I did enjoy We Happy Few, but again, that was like 10 years ago when I enjoyed it. So it's kind of like, eh. I've kind of moved on from that genre of games for a while. I do like Paths of Exile. I like the top-down action games I enjoy, but I'm kind of over first-person action at this point. It's all much of a muchness. Have you seen Replicube from Wallaber? I have seen Replicube from Wallaber. That looks complex. That looks complicated as hell. Came out last month. Yeah, I've seen some gameplay of it. It looks like a good game. It just doesn't look like the kind of game that I play at the moment. Like, I go through phases. So, like, probably in a year or two, I'll be back into first-person action. But at this point, I've played so much first-person action that I'm kind of over it. So, as a person who does C++ OpenGL, if you can be productive on an engine, that is much more pleasant. Yeah, exactly. And then once I've contributed to an engine and I understand the different elements of an engine, maybe just for shits and gigs, I will start building an engine from scratch. But that's like 5 years down the track. And that's purely for the fun of doing it. Purely from a learning perspective. I wouldn't do it to release a game using the engine. I'm not a madman like Travis. It'd purely be for a learning educational standpoint. Where are we? I only did it because I hated Unity Unreal and I didn't see other options. That's fair. That's fair. If my Windows 7 SSD hadn't faltered, I'd still be hammering away at a from scratch C++ voxel I thought was a good idea. Are you saying that you didn't back up your stuff, Perilous? Is that what I'm hearing there? Your Windows 7 SSD failed and you didn't back up stuff through Git or something? It's a language decrypting puzzle game where you have to figure out what symbols represent. Yeah, Chance of Sennaar. You've mentioned Chance of Sennaar. I've got a lot of games that I need to play though, Bucky. Once we're done with Blueprints, I need to play Hollow Knight. Once we're done with Hollow Knight, I'm probably going to have what was it? Heroes of Might and Magic, which is a top-down strategy kind of thing. I like to live on the edge. Also, it wasn't much. I was as far as drawing circles and about to get them to collide. I still don't feel like Godot is at a point where you can make proper 3D games. Am I wrong? It depends on what you define as proper. What do you mean by proper? Because there's plenty of 3D games that have been made in Godot. Like, what was it? Wallaber uses Godot, don't they? Because I think Wallaber uses Godot, and Wallaber made this in Godot. So it depends on your definition. Something like Schedule 1, maybe. You can make Schedule 1 in Godot. Oh, you can easily make Schedule 1 in Godot. Easy. You could make Schedule 1 in Godot with better graphics if you wanted to. But yeah, like, you've got this kind of thing. And I'm pretty sure it was made in Godot. I think Wallaber uses Godot. I'm pretty sure Wallaber uses Godot. They're like Pro Gymnast Simulator. Jellycar. But yeah, like... Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. G'day, you Gadunt. Now, all you new Gadunts, here's something that I want you to do. Go up to someone, be it a family member, a colleague, a manager, someone like that, and just introduce yourself again. Because now that you're a Gadunt, they need to know. Right, so you go up to them, you approach them, and you go, "G'day, I'm a Gadunt." Alright? And then you just wait for their response. That's it. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. If you're a real Gedump, they can just tell. It's better if you tell them, though. Clipping this to send to all my closest friends and family. No, Zykes. They need to follow first. Only the truest Gedunts are follows. Alright? Also, once we hit 1,500 followers, we're doing a charity stream. Alright, so we're approaching 1,400. Once we hit 1,500, there's a charity stream. We do a charity stream every 500 follows. So, you know. I need to figure out what charity that's going to be, though. Because we've already done an animal rescue. We've done one for able gamers as well. You can make any 3D game. It's just not going to look like Unreal. Yeah, so that's what I mean by proper 3D. If you're wanting to make something that looks like a AAA title, you can do that in Godot, but you're going to have to put a lot more work in than if you were using something like Unreal Engine, because you're going to be working a lot with the lighting side of things. Whereas in Unreal, a lot of that's kind of taken care of for you. But that's really the only limitation. Like and that's something you have to put more time into yourself. Like, you can make a game made in Godot look like a game that was made in Unreal. You just have to work a lot more on the lighting. You have to do a lot more work to get it to that stage. That's it. But yeah, you can make 3D games in Godot. Easy. I should probably finish off this glass texture, hey? If we do back, we do front, do back, we disable, that kind of gives us those two mirrors there. You kind of see, yeah, you got like the two. Subsurface scattering, maybe? No, not subsurface scattering. Emulates light that penetrates an object's surface, is scattered, and then emerges. Okay. So maybe that is what we want. Is this the accessible jam world? What? Refraction. The refraction effect is enabled. Distorts transparency based on the light from behind the object. Refraction is implemented using the screen texture. Only opaque materials will appear in the refraction. Transparent materials do not appear. I don't think we need subsurface scattering, to be honest. Let's set it there. I don't know why I'm worrying so much about that, because it's going to be viewed from like up here. So it doesn't matter. If anything, it's going to be viewed from like there. So if anything, I probably want... Probably want it to be more like that, so that you can tell that it's a window by giving it that bit of white tinge. What up, crabs? How did I know my wife thought I was invading her privacy? She wrote about it in her diary. Yep, that's true. That's true. I got that from Neverdark Games. Read a dad joke redeem. What's the difference between a slug and a gamer? A gamer gets salty when he dies. A slug dies when he gets salty. Oh, that's good. That's good. I like that. Likewise, but since I'm emulating a board game, I don't think anyone will notice. Thingy? Is it called Thingy? Is what called Thingy? Keep shaders real simple. Going for the PS1 look. Nice. The PS1 look is so classic. Oh, it's such a good look. These assets for the game where you're nearly blind. No, these are for my main game. So we're gonna have these pulled into. We're gonna make a building out of these that you have in here. So this is going to be one of our modular cyberpunk buildings. Yeah. I say looking fancy. Yeah, no. What makes Escape from Thingy great is that it's a 3D game, but everything is just 2D sprites that are billboarded in the world. That's what gives Escape from Thingy its excellent style, in my opinion. Paper Mario style, Doom like original Doom style. Original Doom Duke Nukem style. Yeah, I need to get those normal maps. We'll do that later. Only 12 gigs away. Nice.
And no one had the courage to explain to Hypno that all 3D in games is actually 2D.
No one explained to you that shut up. All 3D games, just images on a screen, dummy. Are you telling me that this is actually a 2D projection and it's not it's not actually an infinite world that I could reach my hand into if it wasn't for this bit of glass in the way? Are you really? Boo yourself.
The announcer was right. Why is everyone so mad?
Lamps in video games run on real electricity kind of stuff. That's true. That's true. Why is everyone so mad? I don't know why everyone's so mad. It's kind of funny though. Where's the redeem for what?
Welcome and thanks for the sub. Means a lot to us all.
Uh-oh. Much appreciated. You amazing giddunt, you. Ah. Thank you very much. I appreciate the subs. You said boo yourself? We'll see if I can find one. 2 months! Zykes, you're awesome. Thank you for the 2 months. I'm glad you're enjoying it enough to keep coming back. Ads are approaching too, which, oh shit. 60 push-ups. Gonna have to do 60 push-ups. I don't think there's a boo yourself. Yeah, no. There's no boo yourself, unfortunately. Let's get these words up. We're going to level 14. Okay? Level 14. 58 now. Ole. Damn it. Loyal. Okay, O is fake. O is fake. Yeah, the Gedunt mug competition finishes tomorrow. We've already got Vale. Damn it. All right, 58 push-ups. Let me get these done.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Now break these ones up into... I'm not doing 58, bro. Horrible. Nightmarish.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20. 8 more to go. And 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Ooh.
Oh, fucking hot sauce. Perform. All right. Let's get this hot sauce.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. Woot woot. All right. Here you go, Perilous. 105,000 Scoville hot sauce for anyone that doesn't know. That's a lot of it too. Ah. Right. Hide this. Ow. There's the hiccups. Ooh. Ooh. I'm still getting hiccups. And God damn it. When you pile on, you pile on. That's for sure. Send me the challenge. We'll be back to your regularly scheduled game, Dev, in a moment. For fuck's sake. That's another hydrate. You bongo, you prick. Ah. Oh.
You okay?
No.
Hydrate time.
I know. I'm getting to it. What do you mean, do they add? That hot sauce is really ruining me. Why did I go there? Seems very odd. Um. Um. That was also a stupid move. Yeah, because I can't do anything about it because those two. Very stupid move. Very, very stupid. I figured you'd go there. Now what, you go there. I'm forced to move. You take, I take. Um, I go there. Does the weak sauce taste hot with strong sauce already there, or does it just have taste? Is there a limit on the heat sensation? Yeah, you don't really taste it. You want to go there, so that you can go there, and then that's checkmate. But if I push you there, that's not going to happen. Yeah, it doesn't taste hot. If I've already had the hot sauce. You've got to start with the weak sauce and then go the medium sauce, then go the hot sauce. That's what you need to do. But they do have different flavors. I go there. I have a feeling I'm still going to lose this. That pawn's doing a lot of heavy lifting right now. I'll do that. And I'll pick up your knight. Maybe not. This is looking up. Let's pin you. That way you're blocking your rook as well. Should be able to win this. I should. Should is the key word right there. Oh, what the? See what I mean? See what I mean? There's always something that I'm not watching. There's always something that I don't have my eye on. Let's see. Go here, here. Come on, hurry up. There we go. Well, I sack your queen. That's a really mean move. I'd be paranoid for the rest of the game. Yeah, I didn't do it on purpose. Like, the second I moved it, I was like, ah, he's got his rook there. That's right. I wasn't looking at that rank at all. I was looking at the other side of the board. There's always one thing I'm not looking at. Usually it's bishops. Usually bishops are the thing that I'm not watching. Alright? But, yeah. Yeah. Bishops are normally my go-to downfall. But... Oh well. That's what happens. Let's create a collision shape for this. Child static body. Let's see what it does for the simplified convex. Nah. I think we want to go tri-mesh, maybe. Because the tri-mesh will give us that nice area. And that's probably best for this door. Just because, like, obviously we're going to have this one. The similar shape sort of thing. Then we're going to need the same for these two. So that way they go together really snug, really nice. They're like, yeah, they like click together perfectly kind of thing. Those, what we're going to do here is go collision mask will be with player, NPC, interactable, no, not interactable, equipment, item, and it's going to be on layer interactable itself. What did the source? Did the source settle? Kind of. It's still a little bit tingly on my tongue. Oh, I think I didn't tell you. I have a new notebook. Really? What are you using this notebook for? Same happens to me all the time, but lucky for me, my friend I always play against also does the same. Yeah, Wolf doesn't generally do that. Generally, Wolf sacks the queen at the start of our games because they know they're gonna win anyway. So, yeah. You didn't think I knew that, did you? I think for the collision, for the window, I think I want window to be layer 12. And I want it to be layer 12 so that they can see through it. But yeah, what's this new notebook? Tell me about it. We need the physics layer. Physics 3D. Window. So far I'm using it to do stuff while my daughter's at home because of her room. Because her room is my PC room. But I'm going to use it for game dev. Mainly Game Maker 2D, really low poly Unity and art. Yeah, nice. Very nice. So kind of like the concept art type of stuff. Oh, you're talking about that notebook. Sorry. No, you're talking about that kind of notebook. My bad. You're talking about a laptop. Right. Right. That makes more sense. Oh, God. I'm now noticing a generational gap here. Damn generational gaps. No, not that. I have 7 of those that I use for game design and drawing stuff. Yeah, that's what I thought you were. Yeah, nobody uses paper anymore, old man. Leave me alone. It's not my fault society ruined everything. Yeah, that's fine. All the windows can have a simplified convex. They don't need anything complicated. Simplified convex. That's gonna be an issue. Actually, no, it won't. No, it won't. Never mind me. I just be insane. You can also have a simplified convex. You don't need to be... maybe not. How do we want this set up? Do we want to go a single convex? Yeah, single convex is good for you. That's perfect. And then... the reason I got this one is because I realized my brain works better if my wrist is moving, but I'm bad at typing with one hand. So writing with digital pen seems like the solution. That's fair. That's a smart solution. You must have come up with that idea while you were writing. Alright, now we get into more complicated stuff. Because if we do that, you can see how it doesn't have... So we've got to do something like a multiple convex, which doesn't quite work. So if we do a simplified... No, we tried that already. Single convex? Nope. Okay, so what we'll do a tri-mesh. That's too much detail. So what we'll do is we will go to you. We're going to go... I feel like a polygon shape is the way to go with this. So not a collision shape, but rather a collision polygon. The reason why I think that is because if we do -1 0 through to 1 0, that's going to go across the back. We set this to, oh, depth is 1 meter. Set that to 10 out of 10 idea, no notes. I started working on a video game planning course, and I noticed that I advanced a lot faster if I wrote on a notebook than on the keyboard. Same with design. I can come up with better ideas if I'm writing them, but it takes time to transcribe them. I also like drawing, but then I would have to draw again to get it on the PC. It's not good for sprites and assets. Yeah, so there is a thing where physically writing something down on a piece of paper helps with memory retention. The physical act of writing the words out helps with memory retention. So that's probably why you're finding that handwriting stuff out is better for you than typing. See, no one else is noticing that because everyone else these days is just typing out all their notes. So they don't realize how much better it is for memory to handwrite something. That's why during my stream, I have this tiny little notebook here. And I write down notes during the stream. So times of things that I think can be good shorts. Anything that someone brings up that could be a good idea, such as Bucky's idea earlier of doing a long form video in my Aussie mode where I talk about brutalist architecture and its history and why people use it in video games and like what video games use it and such. Either that or is because I'm old, so I'm used to writing with pen and paper. I really wish my handwriting was legible. I love the idea of fancy pens and notepads and stuff, but man, it all looks like a child scribbles every time I use them. Left-handed or right-handed, Zykes? Because if you're writing right-handed, then you could be left-handed, but you're actually in denial. So try writing with your left hand. See what happens. You might be surprised. You're a closet lefty, exactly. I was forced to try lefty for a while. Interesting. Usually it's the other way. Usually if you're lefty, they force you to do right-handed. Because us left-handed people, we're witches. We're witches. Yeah. Let me just... Aussie mode. Brutalist. Architecture. There we go.
Don't drag me into this.
I will drag you into this,
My
Sybil.
mother says my sister-in-law is a werewitch, but I just wonder where that witch is.
That's nice. Nicely done. I like that. Oh, that's interesting. Why does it have a depth? Why can't I... Ooh, maybe I don't... Is it not a collision polygon that I want? Maybe it's a collision shape with a convex. There we go. 1.38. Yeah, perfect. My mum's a lefty. I was forced to write. I was forced to write with her right hand and was told she would never amount to anything because she was left-handed. My mum's a lefty. Was forced to write with her right hand. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Also, Vakir, first-time chatter. Read the pinned message. I'm going to give you a chance to get a dad joke in. Alright? Throw up a dad joke, and otherwise, yeah. That goes for everyone. That goes for everyone. I'm giving people a chance now. Being nice about it. She ended up being Peds nurse. Became regional manager with Plunkett. It was just about to time them out. Come on back here. We need a dad joke. That's 2 messages. Give it a second. Give it a second. Got to account for the delay in the message. It sounds like their mum turned out all right. It sounds like their mum turned out all right. That's a good one. That's a good one. It could be a very in-depth joke that we're just not getting. That's a very good point. I like this. I like this a lot. Actually, negative 0.5. Yeah, negative 0.5. Cool. Then you would have to stay at 0. You would have to be negative 0.5, and you would have to be 2. Yeah, perfect. The ambiguity was there. He did say right with her right hand. That's true.
I recently got fired from the calendar factory. I took too many days off.
Oh, come on, Symbol. We've heard that joke so many times recently. So many times. I have no idea what you're talking about. He said a dad joke, not a good one. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a good one. It just has to be a dad joke. Dad jokes are notoriously bad. That's all. We want terrible jokes. The jokes that when you see it, they're like,
Working at the mirror factory is a job I could see myself doing.
That's true. It's very, very true. Thank you for the bits as well. Also, if you want, Sykes, those bits can be used to bail out Vakir. Because I take bribes to not time people out.
Despite her right hand being her left, she still proved handy as a nurse.
I poofed my pants. Thank you. That works. I do love bribing people. Perfect. I love being bribed. As a dad with great jokes, with a great sense of humor, as well as a belly, my good jokes are also dad jokes. Let's set this to -1. Let's set you to 2.75. Leave you at 0. So I think the problem we're gonna have with this, I think I need to restart, and I think I need to make it so this is also -1, but this goes to 0.38. So we start going this way, we create this base, and then we go up from there, and then we go over from there, and then we go down from there. I think that's what we need to do. So -0.5, -0.5, 0.38. And then we go -0.5 or -1, 2.75. -1, 2.75, 0.38. We go -0.5, 2.75. Actually, no, not 2.75. 2. -0.5, 2.38. They go up to there. Then we go 1, 2.75, 1, 2.75, 0.38. As well as, I don't think it's gonna do this. 0.5 to 0.5 to 0.38. Yeah, so it's not creating that curve. It's not creating that. So what we'll do, change this to a box shape. We'll put it at 0.38. We'll set you at 0.5. We'll set you at 2.75. And we'll bump it up 1.375. Its offset will be 0.19 and 0.75. And then we can duplicate you, but we can put you at negative. And then we can create a new one. Because we just need this to be a simple shape. It doesn't need to be anything complicated. Like, why would we complicate it like that? Stupid. I think it just needs to be 0.75 there, though. And bump this up to 0.375 and 0.19. Slots in perfectly. There we go. So yeah, that gives us our very simple collision shape there now. It's made up of 3 very simple collision shapes. Saves us having multiple different collision shapes. Not all dad jokes are bad. Some are just misunderstood. This is correct. This is correct. And some of them just disappear. Never to come back with milk. It's unfortunate, but it happens. This one here, we're going to need to do something similar. I don't need to worry about this little corner. So let's copy this. Let's go here. We can paste. And we can paste. And then this one, get rid of you. And what we can do is we can shrink the height of this after we make this unique. You have to make that unique, otherwise you're editing other stuff. They still haven't paid joke support. I mean, that's just mean. You have to pay joke support. 2.5. It's the perfect height, but I think it needs to be a little bit taller. It needs to be like 0.64. That's too high. 0.6. And pop you at 245. Oh. That's so good. I'm gonna let that little bit go there. I'm gonna let that little bit go because I don't care. That's perfect. We can make this. What? That's half. So that's gonna be 1.5. We bump you over 0.25. Perfect. Ooh, actually, no. You should just be 1 meter. You're still just 1 meter. Because this one here, we need to make this unique. And we need to have this be 1 meter as well. And it needs to be negative 0.5. We can delete these. And then we can copy this. Paste it there. And now, if I adjust the transforms to be positive and you to be negative, done. Simple collisions. How amazing is it? Ah. Oh, I love it. It's so beautiful. Okay. Now, select this one. Copy you. Actually, no, I can... No, because it's two separate meshes. If I try to do it as a multi-mesh, multiple convex, you see how it doesn't quite do it right? And for some reason, it makes 5 of them. Really? No. Copy you. Paste it there. This here, we're going to change, make it a box shape. It's going to be 0.38. What about 0.7-ish? Do on the X. Make it 0.19. Bump it up about 2. 2.3. 2.4. Was I dead on with the height of that? Holy shit, I was smack on. It's like a little bit out there, but that's fine. I am fine with that. Oh. It's so good. So good. Now this one here... I need to go through all of these and set up their collision shapes. Or their collision layers and stuff. Let's duplicate you. Let's move you to the bottom. Okay, so it's a little bit bigger at the bottom. I think it's about 0.9. Something like that. So if we do that at 0.45, 0.47. So it overlaps. Overlaps into the window a bit. I might redo these windows. They're not going to be colliding with each other, but still. Still. Let's copy this. Paste it under there. This one we can make unique. Put it at, I think, about 0.75. We'll do that. Set you at negative 0.675. .625. Yeah. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful. Love it. This is what I love about these collision shapes, is they're so easy to set up. So if you're 0.7, this needs to be 1.3, which means you need to be back at 0.35. No, you were 0.75. 0.75. Whoops. 125, which means you need to bump it forward. 625. 75. There we are. Now the height is another question. The height probably needs to be somewhere around the 0.7. That height goes down pretty much too. That height goes down too far. I think this needs to be somewhere around 9. Yeah. 9's good. Actually, whoops, I forgot about the top part. 7.5, so let's drop this down to 3, to 4, to 3.75. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. You know what I forgot to put up last night? I forgot to put up my my Blue Sky post. Looking for an animator. Shoot. I really want to get an animator. Just to make these funny ads. That's all. That's all they need to do. Just make some funny ads. 29. $9.5 is perfect. But that's now altered the top because I'm silly. Make unique. There we go. There we go. I'll take you up on the offer, but I'm not an animator. Kind of pointless to do it so anyways. But that's the thing. It doesn't have to be like high quality animations. It can just be like still images of a character standing there and like their mouth moving, or it can just be like product shots that like slide across the screen. That kind of stuff. The name of the brand or something like zooms up on screen or stuff like that. Like, they don't have to be good. The point is they're bad and they're funny products. This one here. I'll set over there. I should ping Cardboard Cowboy and be like, hey, who does your fake ads? And can I hire them to make some fake ads for me? Let's copy this. Paste it under here. So it's just this side one that needs to be changed a little bit. Make you unique. We'll shrink this down to probably 0.7 or 6.5. Do you want Aussie brands, US brands, Japanese brands? Well, they're going to be fake brands. Like, they're going to be fake products, fake stores, all that kind of stuff. So, for instance, one of the one that we've come up with some already. So there's Flocaccia, which would be a pharmaceutical infomercial type thing where someone's in a pharmacist or a chemist, and they're talking about Flocaccia, diapers for after you've had too much takeout, but you can't get to the bathroom. and then we can have another one, which is like a taco place, which at the end of the ad, they mention that their tacos may cause severe diarrhea. And then that links in to Flocaccia. So, just stupid jokes like that. Yeah, don't want Surga or Memetendo. Nah. What up, Porter? How are you doing? How are you doing on this fine day? Remember, everyone. Remember, it's Dad Joke Saturday. I'm gonna give you a chance to give me a dad joke. Otherwise, I do need to time you out for 10 minutes. All right? So, Porter and Brita need a dad joke. Need a dad joke from you ASAP. What do you think is the best starter for a beginner? Best first language, first basic project. You want to start with very simple things if you're just starting programming. So it doesn't matter what programming language. You just want to start learning how to program, because once you know how to program, you can apply the same logic to other languages. So it's all if statements and all that kind of stuff. A joke with a dad or like a dad? Like a dad. Or either. Either, honestly. We just need a dad joke. But yeah, the best place for you to start making a language, like start making something, anything. And depending on how you learn, if you want to do game development, you can start with things like Brackeys, and that'll do good for teaching you beginner game development stuff. If you want to do web dev, then you're gonna need to, you'd probably look into things like React and Vue and Angular and stuff like that. Find things on those, like online stuff on those, on how to get started. It all depends on what you want to do, though. The first language for game dev will be very different compared to the first language for database or back-end development. I'm a dad and I'm a joke. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I don't mean that. I'm from Germany, by the way. But I mean, like, coding languages, HTML, CSS, JS, Python, Lua, etc. I think C#, C++ are way too difficult for the beginning. They're not too difficult for the beginning. No, not at all. But again, it depends on what you want to do. So, for instance, if you want to do game development, you're probably not going to be looking at HTML, CSS. You're probably going to be looking at JavaScript or something like that, or Lua in Love 2D, things like that. If you're looking to do software, like system, back-end development type stuff, you're looking at Java, C# type stuff. Like, so it depends. What do you want to do? What interests you? What area of programming? Because if it's just programming in general, start with something like C# or Java. Start with one of those two, and then you can apply that to many different things. Those are general purpose programming languages. All right, but again, Brita, we do need a dad joke from you soon. Otherwise, we need to time you out. I'm curious about 3D software development. What do you mean? So we do have ads coming in. All right. We're going to pause here. We're going to do words. I'm going to get myself some food. And then I'll come back and I'll keep answering your questions. There's the first word for you. All right. It's only level 3. I trust chat can get through this. All right. I will be back in a moment. We do have ads hitting. So I'll see you in a couple minutes.
When I got fired at the calendar factory, I told them, if they didn't like my weekdays, they didn't deserve my strong days. Felt amazing. I used to work at a calendar factory, but I got fired for taking a couple of days off. I had to quit another job at the calendar factory because I am a specialist and they insisted I work on weekdays too.
And there was much rejoicing.
Alright, I have returned.
I quit my job at the calendar factory when I found out they actually didn't have Sundays every week.
When I found out they didn't actually have Sundays every week. Very nice. Very nice. I'm gonna hide myself while I have lunch. Let's keep doing the words while I eat. Okay? There is one thing that I forgot to bring up with the previous question. Roadmap SH. Roadmap SH is the best resource for if you're starting to learn stuff about
After slaving away
IT.
for a whole month, I couldn't believe they expected me to work on weekends too.
What? These jokes are great, but I don't get half of them. She made a calendar with no weekends. Ah! Right. Yep. Yep. I got you. Nuance, good word. Good word. Alright, 2 levels. Going on to level 7. Why is it not taking my words when I'm sure I wrote them first? Could be one of 2 things. It could be delay, like your ping is higher than others. Or it could be that you're timed out. So after you enter a word, there's going to be a padlock next to your name. And you have to wait for that blue bar to reach one of the padlocks before you can submit another word. Tide. T-I-D-E. Lied. L-I-E-D. Oh no, D's fake. Never mind. Never mind. Idem. I-D-E-M. Is that a word? Yeah. D. Sorry. I keep forgetting that D's fake. My bad. I'm not at all trying to throw you off. We'll start with I or T. Alright, lunch has been consumed. Alright, so we're back into the game deving until the next ad break now. Let's turn that off. Damn it, stop. These windows are sometimes very unruly. Boo. Boo yourself. Bucky cheating. Always the same. I mean, Tricky. I don't care. Bucky's a mod. Bucky's allowed to cheat. Alright. Have a cigarette. I'm a mod too, could I? You're not a mod, Zero. You're not a mod. I mean, not a mod on your channel, but somewhere else. You can cheat on that other channel. You have my blessing to cheat on the other channel's words. If the other streamer asks why you're cheating, tell them I gave you permission. It's a Discord server, and technically I'm mod on my own channel, but I haven't streamed in quite a few months. Isn't that how we came across each other, but you raided me. Is that how we first met? I feel that's how we first met. Don't think so? Think I met you from Finn? I mean, yeah, Finn does give me, like, the worst viewers. If I raided you, it would have been a one-man raid. That's fine. I get so many one-man raids. That's fine. I'm fine with that. See what I mean, Atticus? It's that sort of attitude, alright? I'm fine with one-man raids. Like, I've got so many people that I'm following on Twitch now because, like, there's been, like, a 1 or 2 man raid, and I go check out their channel the next time they're streaming, and I'm like, they're actually doing some pretty cool stuff. Like, I need to tell more people about this. Let me just do something quickly. You go, hello. There you go. It's on time now. Damn it. Cooldown. I just need to annoy Finn for a second. There we go. Gonna go cry? Why? Why are you gonna go cry? But I mean, I don't even know how to raid in Twitch, I mean. I can raid the fridge or the convenience store. Don't raid the convenience store because then you're gonna have SWAT all over you. That's not good. Tomorrow I'm making a Git server Wasm module and streaming again for the first time in a while. Nice, nice. But I remember I met you when you had around 7 viewers. I think you didn't have much time streaming at that point. About a month or so. Yeah, so that would have been like July or August last year. Probably August-ish last year. How time flies, right? I remember the first time I raided your channel. I raided and your camera wasn't working. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. I'm expecting you to be there to make me listen to weird shit. Change this to 3.5. Put you to 2.5. I need to delete this one. Then we need to duplicate this. I need to bump you down. 0. Bump this back up. Mars! Thank you for the Prime sub. 2 months. G'day, Mars. That there counts as a bribe, so you don't have to tell a dad joke. Yeah. If I stream shirtless, will I get banned from Twitch as a guy? Probably, yes.
Excellent. Another sub. We grow stronger.
Crayon, thank you for the Prime sub. You are also exempt from the dad joke. Much appreciated. And look at that. Look at that. 69 of 100 subs. How great is that? That is the best number that we could have. It's okay, H-Ives, if you're late. And good night, H-Ives. 69, the godly number. No, the godly number is 69,420. If we can get to that many subs, then yeah. Let's target that many subs, shall we? $69, $420, $77.7. I don't think there's that many people that are on Twitch. I don't think there's 700 million people on Twitch to sub. Whenever I want 69, I only get 96. That sounds about right. That's about right. 69 million. If you get that many subs, I think you completed Twitch. If I get that many subs, I'm pretty sure I could start my own streaming platform. Yeah. Think about that. Having 69 million subs on Twitch, you could start a streaming service with 69 million users straight out the gate. That's only 2 gifted. I know, right? 2 more gifts and we hit level 2. How cool. One of my side projects is my own streaming platform.
I used to have a job at a calendar factory, but I got fired because I took a couple of days off.
We need to stop with that joke. I'm being haunted by this joke. It's pay someone to play PoE 2 for you, that kind of money. No, don't time out Mars. Don't time out Mars. No. Untime out. Mars 06. Untime out Mars. Untime out Mars. You gotta remember, Symbol. Mars subbed. That's a bribe, which means we don't have to, they don't have to say a dad joke. He did do the calendar joke. He did do the calendar joke, but I don't think Mars has been here for a couple days. So I think like if so, Mars has been lurking, and that's fine. I'm fine with lurking, but you know, you gotta give some leeway, I think, to people that are lurking. What's Forrest Gump's password? 1 Forrest 1. It should have been that his password should have been that. Run, Forrest, run. Get it?
Look at this sorry lot of cells rolling in. Let me find
God damn!
some for you.
Atticus with the 5 gifted. Much appreciated.
Completely
That's
honest
pushed us to
question.
level
For what does the command
3.
lurk works?
Lurk does work. Lurk does work as a command. That's true. Level 3 hype train. Atticus, you amazing
Please say hello
guitar.
to the new arrivals and make them feel welcome.
Gamer with a gifted sub to Hadouken too. Oh, much appreciated. I'm not amazing. I'm drunk. So, 3 more gifted to level. Cavino, stop it. Stop it. On the way to 69,420 subs. Exactly. Exactly. Everyone, mortgage your house, pull out your checkbooks, get your credit cards. We're getting to 69,420 subs. On it? Yeah, there we go. There we go. Thanks for the bits, Mars. That is... That's quite the emote to Gigantify right there. That's quite the emote. I did that, but still can't get a positive number on my bank account. Ouch. That's gotta hurt.
Look at this. Gifted subs. Thank you very much.
Ah, Bucky with the gifted sub. Was that a targeted sub, Bucky? Did you target a sub to Finn's wife without actually gifting to Finn? Is that what you did? Did you target Faye and weave out Finn? Okay, so it was a gifted sub. Cool, cool. That is quite the emote. Oh my god. Buff shrimp. That is a buff shrimp. Oh my god. I love that emote. 940 bits or 2 subs. That's all we need, everyone. Go, go, go. I think I hate that. I think I like it. I want a game where you are a shrimp with no, I want a game where you're fighting the seafood mafia and that is the boss of the seafood mafia. That is, we need that game now. Oh god. How is 6-5 not correct? What? Wouldn't the boss be a king crab? Nah. Nah. You have the seafood mafia, and then you have a secondary group, which is just like the mayor of the city is king crab, is a king crab. Yeah. What is that, Mars? Oh, that's Sedalix's rage. Of course, I should have known. I should have known that was Sedalix. Jesus. We can't end on level 355. We can, Cavino. We can. Right? Don't worry. We will break our record hype train. I think our hype train record's like level 11 or something like that. We will break that during the subathon. It's okay. It's okay. We don't need to break it now. If we all want to be losers. I don't view it like that. I don't view it as that. I think we're all winners now. We've had a hype train. We are winners. Cavino's hype man. Hype train success. Now. That's the emote. Choo-choo indeed, y'all. Much appreciated, you dunce. But not 30,000 bits. Actually, I need to adjust these. This needs to be... I think it's like... No, 0.75 maybe. 0.6. Somewhere about there. Point 7. Oh, perfect. There we go. It's an Italian cheese manufacturer in Montreal. And they're routinely pizza places that get firebombed. And it just happens to be places that don't use products from a specific cheese manufacturer. French Canada. French Canada has an Italian cheese mafia. Trying to build a conveyor system in Godot. This would be interesting. Oh, I think I heard you were talking about that before in oh, whose chat was it? Was it Foxen or Irad? or Pirates, not Pirate Software, Irish John. Also dog. I have dog and kitty. That's true. That's true. Those two are more important than the other things you said. Probably Sedowix. I wasn't watching Sedowix this morning. Or Practical. Might have been someone else that said they were working on a conveyor belt system in Godot. And they said to talk to Fullbox because Fullbox made one. Let's see. Duplicate that one. There we go. We have all of our colliders set up for our doors, our windows, and our bits. Alright. That's correct. 3, 2, 4, 5, 6. Outfrost is also working on something conveyor belt like. Yeah, nice. Block shop. Block, not box. But I want to build a Factorio clone. Oh, that was Carney's. That was Carney's! There we go. I knew it was someone's. There we go. Alphros also, yeah. Bucky removed from the timeout. What's this? Oh, it's just telling me about that. Right. Alright, so. God, this is gonna take a while. Wait, what? I don't know. Apparently, Achives is timed out. It's the first I'm hearing of it. I mean, not that I care. Is it damageable as well? Do I care about? Nah. It's probably before they got timed out. Yeah, probably. Probably from a while ago on that one. I gotta copy this value because rather than typing it every time. Okay, Brutalist wall left. Once we have this set up, we can start building our building. Building our building. I want to turn that off. There we go. Right wall windowed. Okay, so then we got the windows there now. Okay. Now these windows need to be on that. They need to mask player, items, interactables, NPC. I feel I want windows to be damageable and then have some sort of climb through mechanic as well. Or set them to damageable so they can be broken. Like you can like shoot through them or something. Throw something through them, maybe. I'll worry about that later. I won't worry about that right now. Get all these. Fair enough, Zero. Have a good night. Enjoy your sleep. I hope it's filled with dreams of things that you enjoy, like watching me, waking up and watching me, having dinner while watching me, working with me in the background. I'm totally not saying this to put it in your mind so that you do dream about it. I wouldn't do that. No. Alright. There we go. So we have that set up. And then we go... new scene, 3D scene, to be brutalist building. Do that. Actually change this type into a grid map. Have every cell as a 2x2. I don't think I want it centered like that. Now, how do I create a mesh library? How do I remove the item? Yes. Okay, so what we need to do what was it? I forget what it was. I've done it before. Damn it. I've forgotten. I'm gonna have to Google this again. Let's see. You know, for create mesh library. Each with a valid name and ID. Each item includes collision and navigation shapes. I know it's a library of meshes. I want to know how I create it. Okay, so made tiles in Blender. Move the mesh files into the repository of the game. Add a grid map to spatial. In the GUI, drag the objects onto the game grid. Highlight the object in the scene. Scene convert to mesh library. Grid map node to spatial. Only 1 or 2 random objects make the conversion. Create a new scene separate from the one with the grid map. Make the root node node 3D. Rename this something like tile meshes. Back in Blender, convert to that. Re-import all the GLB assets. Drag the assets in the new created scene. Navigate to export scene. Ah, that's right. Scene export as mesh library. That's what we want to do. So in here, I can now go Brutalist mesh library. Save that. This here. Clear that. Quick load that. Yeah. So now, if I was to grab this. Because now we've got the collisions there. I don't need these. I don't need these. Hello, Luke. Enjoy work. Hope it's worth it. Okay, there we go. Do that sort of thing. What we can do is we can go center on the Y. No. So we can do center on the X only because we've already got everything else centered. Going back to the office work, even though there aren't enough desks. That sounds about right. So if I turn all of that off, all I can do is be like, put that there. Alright, so we have an issue where these don't line up. And they don't line up either. Okay, so we got a slight bit out that we need to update and fix. That's thankfully not gonna mess with the collision shapes at all. I'm actually off to work even though there aren't enough desks. That sounds exactly how businesses would plan stuff. Okay. Let's see, these are... So we've got to select all of these. You do that. Or parking spaces. That's true. There's never enough parking spaces. Here's an office building that can seat 300 people. You can fight over the 50 parking spaces. I can't get into the office 2 days in a row. Then we have to have a medical certificate. I'll get one for stress because it's stressful not getting into the office because all the desks are booked out. Yeah, that is shit. That's very shit. I hate companies that do that. Let's do that. I'll correct that stuff up in a bit. There we go. This is government. Yeah, that explains why it's shit. I will say though, contracting for the government, it sounds like a nightmare from a technical implementation kind of standpoint. But at the same time, it sounds like a dream when it comes to being paid, because there's just so many delays that keep happening that you just keep getting paid to do nothing pretty much. It's so good. Well, his laptop Xbox decides to make sparkle sounds, not working fun. Lucky we had the old one that I'm updating to get ready for him. Ugh. Yeah, you don't want electronics to make sparkle sounds. That indicates something's wrong. Alright, be careful. Be smart with your electronics, okay? Pop that. Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna have to increase the size of the doors too. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Take these. This is going to be so... Okay. I would have hoped that that would move up with it. Let's go local. Okay, so we're gonna have to do it like this. I'm gonna have to get rid of these. And we want to dissolve these edges. Get rid of them. We want to do that. Take this. Damn it. There we go. Bump it up to there. Then we can bump those up to there. Now we need to inset this one again. Jesus Christ. This one here. Now we need to reset this stuff. Pop that. Negative that. Need to clear this scene, this sharp. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's been reset now. God damn it. Putting this out the tiniest bit has caused so much work. So much for such a simple thing. Jesus. Now we take that, go around there, you up to there. Pop you up to there. Okay. There we go. Everything should be lined up now. I am going to have to edit those meshes in the other stuff. Re-import. Delete this. Well, actually, get rid of that. Delete you. Open this. Scene. Export as ruleless mesh library. Go into this. And then we quick load you. I mean, sure, that looks like a... Do that. Okay. Now, I am going to center them on the X. Do that. What? I just updated that. Why is it not? Delete you. Go away. Yeah, that's updated there. Re-import. Open you. That's updated there. Scene. Export as. Brutalist mesh library. Open you. Drop you there. Place you. Place you. Why are you still out of whack? You suck. Delete that. Reload the project. I think we've got something that's not being cleaned up after we delete things. I think that's our issue. If we go Brutalist Mesh Library. There we go. New scene. Make it a grid map. And we go Brutalist building. Drop you there. Okay, that's correct now. But now the wall is under. What? What? I moved these to be the exact spot.
Xbox game, why you only halfway? I know your game preview, but still before this update you work now. I can't even load into the world, sad face.
Take these. Do this. Okay. Now it is exact. All right. I'm gonna have to do this row by row. Because even though these were duplicates, and I did nothing but adjust.
iChives versus Peppa Pig versus Shaun the Sheep versus Marshall from Paw Patrol.
Shaun the Sheep. Shaun the Sheep wins that every time. Well, no. Shaun was a sheep. Shaun the Sheep was the goat. That's funny. Well done, Bucky.
Shaun the Sheep versus Batman with prep time.
Shaun the Sheep. Batman's a little bitch, let's face it. Alright? Batman is a little bitch. If he was a true badass, he'd go out there and fight those villains with the same crime fighting gear that the police have. Alright? But he doesn't. He doesn't, because he's a bitch. Very simple. We need to solve the edges there.
Shaun the Sheep versus my brother Andrew Donovan.
Shaun the Sheep. I mean, it's your brother. Batman's tougher than your brother. Like, prep time does not help Batman. Take this one.
Shaun the Sheep versus Iggle Piggle versus Hypnotic versus Hulk.
Hypnotic, of course. Hypnotic wins. Shaun Sheep is a close second, though. We got ads coming in, too. Ads coming in hot. I want to get this finished and then we can start up the ads. Alright, there we go. Let's get these words up for yous. I know how much yous love your words. Alright, let's crack it. Crushing it. That's what we're doing. Edge. Iced. G is fake. Decide. Decide is the big word. Diced. Dice. Decide. Seed. Sided. Oh. De-ice. De-iced. With a D at the end. We have 45 push-ups to do. Let's get these push-ups done.
One, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Oh, just 5 more. Come on, arms. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Ugh. Oh.
M's fake, I think. You can try Pete, P-E-A-T. I think M's fake. Pate.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, it's a robot. Woot woot. Wrap up these words and then we get back into this. What? Cape. Taze, T-A-Z-E. Or Peter. Right. We missed one word, but that's okay. That's okay. Who will win with you? Who will win? You or a hydrogen bomb? Me. I'm the winner in that scenario. Very much the winner in that scenario, I think. Oh, damn. The fact these aren't perfectly aligned is very annoying. Very, very annoying. Even though these are like extruded lines from each other. There we are. There we go. Just gotta survive in Latin America. Lies. Is that not working anymore? Alright. That's... Commands aren't working at the moment, but...
Test.
It is still working. Alright, cool. Cool, it's just free TTS that's broken. That's fine. Why are these out of whack? I'm so baffled. So many little things that are going to need to be cleaned up. In those meshes. Why was I summoned? I don't know why you were summoned. Okay. There we are. Last ones. What was that? Why? Why? I'm very annoyed at that. Very annoyed at that. Very, very. There we go. What up, Faye? Wyman walks into a bar, sits down and orders a drink like everybody else. What were you expecting me to say? That's true. I don't know what I was expecting you to say. Dyslexic man walks into a bar? That's correct. He had a wonderful time. Okay, so all of these are perfectly aligned now. Yes, grid map model sheet. That is correct. Copy that. You okay. So those are assigned to blue light. Okay. There we are. So you don't need that. So now that we've got that, I want to learn how to do those when I'm back from my trip. Right now I'm busy trying to fix dialogue system to work with my game, since everyone makes them expecting dialogue text and character names to be separate information, annoyingly. True. Right, let's re-import that. Reopen this. Re-import. This. Export as a mesh library. Export as that. Go into this. Drop you in there. Do that. There we go. Perfectly aligned.
Please tell me why Microsoft. Why do you have a folder on my Xbox called Crypto? It is under S skeptical smiley face, program data, Microsoft.
It sounds like you've probably got some sort of malware. Have you been downloading things from bad sites again? That's what it sounds like. Look at that. That there is beautiful. It all fits together so flushly and nice. Malware puts itself somewhere that makes it look legit. Exactly. Yep. Meshway looks like it'd be great fun with some wave function collapse code. It could be. Malware is evil. That's why it stands for malicious software. So that there gives us a nice setup. And what I can do is I can also do something like that. Where I just pop that in the middle of it for no reason. And what that allows me to do is, see that gap there? I can take this mid window and I could put it here if if it as a separate mesh sort of thing. Unless there's a way to give it like different setups of stuff. Because I'd put doors there, I'd put windows there, sort of thing. Or even, like if I drop that one in there, which I wouldn't have that one in there, I'd have it there. Yeah, very nice. Red puns happen when you least expect them. Posted by in Discord funnies. Ceiling lamp. That is a ceiling lamp, Mike. That is very much a ceiling lamp. Oh damn, that's great. And then what I can also do, I can take this corner. That there's something I need to correct. Had a photo shoot in the city today. All good, Mike. All good. We've been having a blast. Okay. Reload the project again to forget that. That's... See, that reminds me. I want to check something. Do you reckon I can get Twitch to give me Hypno? Oh look, an air guitar. Oh, that's good. That is an air guitar right there. That is the only true air guitar. Only true air guitar. And there's the hand holding a cigarette. I gotta move the collision now. Perfect. Export as mesh library. Buildings, British apartments. Right, then we can take this and we can go damn it. I know why this is happening too. I need to set everything 1 meter back on the Y. Or forward. Or forward on the Y. God damn it. Deselect. Okay. Get all these. There we go. Hopefully this works properly now. Re-import. Get rid of it. There we go. Okay. There we are. And you see how we now have a perfect corner piece that fits. We can do that sort of thing. And then put another corner. That's not. It's not the rotation. That's just back to that. Okay. Got it there. Okay. Okay. Here we are. Welcome back, Extra. How are you doing? We're just figuring out this stuff. No, so not the emote prefix, Zykes. I want to see if Twitch will allow me to, like, because there is a Twitch thing for just Hypno, and that would make it so that my emote prefix is by default Hypno, because it's not 5 letters, so they don't need to pad the 5 letters onto the end of it. And no, if someone has Hypnot or Hypno underscore or something like that, then they would just have that extra character at the end there. Yeah, when you get partner, they let you take over abandoned usernames, yeah. I probably wouldn't take over an abandoned username, though. I would probably just have them give me the emote of... Like, maybe I'll just take Hypnotic at that point. But the problem is, all of my stuff is already Hypnotic games. So, there's no point. So yeah, we now do... Oops, that's the wrong one. What did I do? What did I do? I've changed it in some way. I don't know what I've done. So Shift X puts it there. Shift Z makes it up and down. Okay, right. Does the TTS fail every day? It fails whenever Twitch decides to not send me the commands. Tani is currently updating Twitcher to a new version. Once that version's released, I'll upgrade my overlay to it. And hopefully that will fix up some of these issues. There you go. Look at that. That is contained. That is contained. Beautiful. It's not the TTS Twitch API thing that lets things like the on-screen chat. Yeah. You can see how the on-screen chat's also frozen. It's like I can click reconnect events, but it doesn't reconnect anything. Even though what that does is it closes the WebSocket and reconnects things up. Yeah, the channel redeem ones still work. Like, huh. Channel redeem ones have broken as well. This one. When I make the sci-fi barrel in Blender and Substance Painter. I'll just close and restart it all. Thank you for the follow, Hypnotic. Glad to have another Hypnotic around. Ah, yeah, that seems like a pretty straightforward barrel to bring together. It's a lot more detailed than what I'd need, but yeah. I totally followed myself. I wonder if the OAuth token expired and didn't refresh properly. No, because I cleared the OAuth token and I got a new one this morning before I started the stream. So, no, that would not be the case. Restart it. Oops. Yeah, so I'd have to close. Alright. I'm gonna close the overlay completely. Shit, I've lost my raids too. So I'll fix that in a second. Why did it die? You'd have to ask Twitch. Like, you're asking me questions that I can't answer because I don't work at Twitch. Do that. Do that. Start that back up.
Test.
See. Yeah. So what that does, closing the overlay completely, does a complete reset of everything. So it completely closes down the chat, the event sub, the WebSockets, closes all of them down, and allows me to, like, when I start it back up, they all reconnect as expected. Let's see, let's go to raids.
Iggle Piggle versus UPSI Daisy versus Macapaka versus the Hahoos versus the Ponty Pines.
So that doesn't show people that raid me. Okay. So let's go back to the start of the day. I need to put these people that have raided me so far back into the... Where are we? Okay, so we have YT Displant. Gamian. We have Mr. D-Boy. Guitar Assassin. F14M 3Z. And Narn codes. I think that was the last raid, wasn't it? No, there was a raid after Narn, wasn't there? No, that was the last one. Okay, cool. Bam! There we go. Thanks for the lurk, H-Ives. Let me make sure I've... There we go. Everything's back to normal now. Thank God. Alright, so with that knowledge, knowing that all of this is correct...
Loud noises!
Mm-hmm. I think what we need to do... Door large left. Save it to a file. Meshes. What's a lurk? What does it do? I still don't understand. A lurk is just you're going to be in chat not saying anything because you're going to be doing other stuff. Like you'll be working, but you'll have us on in the background, or you'll be doing some cleaning around the house, but you're still going to have us on in the background. All that kind of stuff. Yeah. Lets me know that you're not chatting, you're here, but you're not chatting because you're lurking while you're doing other stuff. Yeah. That's literally all it does. Let's save this as Brutalist door large left. Large left 1. Brutalist door large right 1. One here. Small right. Small left. And the windows. This will be Brutalist window large 1. That's all from my part. The command is just there to tell the stream you're not going to participate in chat, but still have the stream on. Yeah, exactly. We love our lurkers. Window 1. Window small 1. Window left. So we re-import. Now have all this stuff under meshes. Now, create a folder, doors, Windows, new scene, static body. It'll be brutalist window, large one. Node that instances a multi-mesh. Specialized nodes to instance geometry ID instance 3Ds based on multi-mesh resource. So what's a multi-mesh resource? So if I do that, and then I move this large one. Okay, so you're not a multi-mesh instance. Okay, so if I save this and go this one as T-res, actually multi-mesh, we'll do that. Good night, H-Ives. See you tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow is pun day. There's no penalties for pun day. You just make puns as much as you can. That's all we need to do. Very simple, very straightforward. I like it. We can save that. Do I need a multi-mesh instance for this? I don't think we need a multi-mesh instance for this. Quite a lot of overlap with Data-Day. I mean, there have not been any puns today. So we'll just do that. Okay. So we do that. I don't like how far back off center that is. Because these aren't going to be part of the mesh library. Do you have any links and resources for the Twitch overlay and OBS integration in Godot? Don't know if you had them in Discord or not. The Twitch overlay stuff, that uses Twitcher, which is made by Carney Dev here on Twitch. You can just Google Godot Twitcher, and it'll come up as an asset library thing. And then there's the OBS stuff I wrote myself. That requires a WebSocket. I took the WebSocket from Twitcher, and you've got to write the WebSocket requests and such for OBS. Their documentation sucks the biggest of all nuts. This shit. This shit. So they've got the different type of message codes to go to and from. And then they've got the different requests. But if you do like a scene request, get scene list, it's like, yes, this is the information it takes. It takes an array, it takes scenes, which is an array of object. It's like, what object? What's the structure of that object? The fuck am I sending to you? You wanna... And they do that for absolutely everything. Even in the response stuff where it returns, like this here, request field, object, object. Oh, this is response fields, object. Like, what? What? Have you seen the movie Tetris? Yes. Yes, I have. Okay. Now we need all these colliders to be moved. Configure the snap, it's at 1, cool. There we go. Damn it. Oh. There we are. I missed my dad joke. Which day is the strongest? Saturday or Sunday? The rest are weekdays. Ha! That is a good one. That is a good one. I like that. Actually, I can get rid of that. Let's go static body child as single convex. Done. Create single convex. No. Yeah, that's fine. Monkey type, yes. Mezza really gave the bearded mode a ton of personality. Yep. That they did. Mezzu's great at it. Let's see. Back in English. So, Jesus Christ, let's restart that. Long 57, up if, yeah, okay. We're into the habit now. Jesus Christ. That was, those numbers. It's definitely numbers that throw me for a loop. $84 at 100%, nice. Let's do it without punctuation and numbers now. $89 at 99. It's not bad. Not bad, not great. I didn't have time to patch up my parachute during the summer. I'll do that in the fall. It's both funny, dark, and makes me hate my life, which is the perfect dad joke. Oh, that's good. That's good. This weekend is doing my own mannequin for use in Godot with animations. Once done, we'll be looking at some overlay stuff. Nice. It's fun to do, it's fun to tinker with, but it can be a headache just because of OBS's documentation. Ugh. I just noticed how much my mustache wobbles. It wobbles a lot. That's take that. There we go. Sounds like Yoda speaking. I get what you mean. These need to be tri-meshes. And this means... let's get rid of that. Yep. Okay, so all of these I need to set to be interactable. I need to have a collision of player, item, as well as those. The windows Select all these, fix up their collisions to make them window, and set them to overlay with no item, NPC, player, like all this stuff here. Cool. Don't have to do that now. Hang on. Sent you a game design. Can have a look at it and offer some thoughts. Would like to know what you think. Don't have to do it now, just when you get a chance. Fair enough. I'll finish this stuff up and then I might have a little peek-see at it. Have a little peek-see. Rid of that. Delete that. Run current or reload current project. Ads coming in again. Jeez, how has it been 7 hours? What the actual freckety frackety what? Actually, I'm just realizing this probably isn't going to be that quick. Collision shape, sibling, single convex. You are going to be window. All those. 78 word per minute, new record for monkey type. Nice. Let's get these words up for yous. I need to BRB. So, you're gonna be on your own for these words. Okay. Ripped. It's a minimum 5 letters. 5 letters. So you got torch. I think P might be fake. No, I know what it is. Maybe this might be it. Damn it. Okay, so it's not a Y. Okay. It's an S. Yep, it's an S. Choirs. Torches. No. I think P's fake. P's definitely fake. Oh, we already got that one. Alright, I need to BRB. Alrighty, I'm back. Come on.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! I'll lose already there. Damn. Alright. Off to bed. Have a good night, Mars. Thanks for the resub. Much appreciated. Now, for everyone that came in during those ads, it is Dad Joke Saturday. Need a dad joke before your next message. Otherwise, the next message you get timed out for 10 minutes. True story. True story. Create a new scene. Brutalist window. Left one. And if it's a calendar joke, you get timed out anyway. Nah. Only if it's someone that has said that joke 400 times in the past week, I think. Now we need to do mesh instance. It's left one. And we create collision shape, single convex. Pop. New scene. Brutalist window. Right one. Throw that up in there. Create that. This is going to be the boringest part of the entire process. Trying to get lasers working is kicking my ass, and I'm done for the day. What do you mean lasers? Do you mean like actual physical lasers you have at your house? Or are you talking about in-game lasers? I had a teacher who never farted in public. She was a private tutor. That's a good one, Cryogenics. Nice. In your game, what's the trouble you're having with them? Maybe we can help. Brutalist window small. I think there's a new episode of... When's the next episode of that come out? No wonder it's making zappy noises. The power supply is full of dust bunnies. Jesus. No more Gwen Fittich? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. There we go. Yeah, you got to keep those. Clean. Brutalist window one. Just that one. There. Beautiful. Good Scotch never go. Good Scotch goes down easy. Pretty well buttered. I mean, yeah, that's an average session. Good average session there. Static, brutalist, door, large left, one. I wouldn't know. Last Scotch I had was 30 plus years ago. Yeah. And there is a whiskey den I go to from time to time. It's very nice. Very nice den. You last had Scotch before I was born. God damn, Atticus. God damn. How to make people feel old with Atticus. I'm not even that young, I'm 25. Are you like 70? Yeah, Mike, don't take that personally. Vongo's like 14, so... Don't take it personally. You know what? Typing it out made me realize the problem. What? Was it facing the wrong direction? Dry mesh. Okay. Brutalist door, small left. Actually, that reminds me. His birthday's in 3 days. Oh, your dad's birthday? Yeah, there you go. You're an antique. That's my favorite insult. Is to call him an antique. That's mean, Bongo. An antique is a thing older than 50. I mean... That's not good. That's not good. Depends on the thing. And his birthday was 8 days ago. He just turned into an antique. Cars are considered antique after 25. I mean, considering something an antique and the definition of what an antique is are two different things, I think. Like, if we define antique... So what, belonging to or made in or typically of an earlier period. Synonym, old. An antique is an item perceived as having value because of its aesthetic or historical significance, and often defined as at least 100 years old. Although the term is quite often used loosely to describe any object that is old. An antique is usually an item that is collected or desirable because of its age, beauty, rarity, condition, utility, personal emotional connection, and or other unique features. So to be called an antique is a good thing because it means you're valuable, you're worth something. It's... yeah. Take that, anyone that thought they could insult me. What's the cutoff for retro? That's a good question. Retroactive, involving when of or relating to the past, past times, or the ways things were. So essentially, when things change, so consoles that used to use cartridges, those are retro because consoles don't use cartridges these days, they use CDs. A console which used a memory card for storing your save files.
Good night, I love you.
Good night, Atticus. Have a good sleep. Have a good sleep. Tune in. Will do. If I'm awake for it, that is. No, the Switch is not retro. Because the Switch is still the way things are. So I'm talking like the Atari or the Nintendo, stuff like that, those kind of cartridge games. When it comes to the Nintendo Switch, that's modern because it's technology that's still being used today. Very soon, the messed up thing is that consoles don't use CDs anymore because everything is online, so even that is retro. But you can still get them on CD. Like, you can still buy physical copies of games and put them into a console that has a CD drive. The next generation of console probably won't have CD drives, if we're being serious. Which means at that point in time, consoles that use CDs will be retro. Things like the PlayStation 1 and the PlayStation 2, those are considered retro because you saved your game data onto a memory card, which is no longer the case. That's technology that's no longer used. That's outdated. It's now stored on a hard drive inside the console. So, yeah. Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advanced, Nintendo SD, those are like the Game Boy SD, the 3DS, those are all retro now. Are you like 30? Bucky's like in their 20s, like mid-20s. They're like 10 years older than you, Vongo. So your argument is retro tech makes a game retro. Retro tech doesn't make a game retro. No. It doesn't make a game retro. I was saying, like, based on the definition of retro, involving, relating to, or reminiscent of an earlier time. Of or relating to the past, past times, or the way things were. Alright? The way things used to be is we would have a memory card that we would plug into the front of the console that would save our game data onto. We don't do that anymore. That's the way things were. So those consoles are technically retro. Modern game could be retro. If that modern game was doing something the way they used to and not currently, yes. By definition, yes. It could be in a retro style, yes. Yeah. Stylized with lots of bloom retro. What's the difference between retro style and retro? Retro style is something that is designed purposefully to look like an older game. A game that is retro would be the original Doom games, where they did weird shit like putting in that magic memory address that made it really fast. That kind of crap. When we did games in old days, we didn't have shaders. Normal maps were non-existent. Yeah. So a retro game didn't have normal maps, didn't have shaders. Everything was very flat. These days, you would use a shader to create that retro style. I'll never understand the clear definition of this. It's fine. I mean, there's no need for you to understand the clear definition of it. Like, it's very similar to antique, where the term is used very loosely. So So if we open this up, and we say these, skip the import of them. There we go. Re-import. Now we don't have those in there. Delete all those. They're not needed anymore. Export as a mesh library. Brutalist mesh library. Don't merge with the existing. There we go. Brutalist building. It just feels abstract to me. Yeah. Also isn't a clear definition for it. Even words like big and small that we use constantly have definitions that shift from person to person, situation to situation, because it's based on context. Like a ship that you use to go out and have a barbecue with people and fish, or like a ship that you go out to fish with 2 or 3 people, that compared to us is big, but it's not a big boat. big boat is like those super yachts. That's a big boat. But when you're comparing it to a car, it's like, they're about the same. That's not big in that context. There's things that are very contextual. Retro is going to be different for people on what tech was available to them, and what parts of their lives, how old they are, how quickly they consider things outdated, etc. I'm really looking forward to that Brutalist architecture video, more so because of the all of the other topics that this format will open up, like this retro conversation. I mean, I can definitely do that. I can easily tie that to games as well. The more there is use of a word, the more the definition gets simplified or altered. Yep. A new 3D game made with today's tech, but looks and plays like an old 3D game from the 90s. It uses low poly models, simple textures, classic gameplay like early shooters, but with smooth performance and modern tweaks. Compared to super tankers, even they're small. Yep. A new 2D game created with modern tech that mimics an old 2D game. Yeah, so those are retro style. Yeah. Socrates paradox. If you remove 1 grain of sand from a heap of sand, when is it no longer a heap? Compared to the Death Star, super tankers are small. That's true. That's true. Compared to the Death Star, our moon is like shit. It's terrible. If I make a game for the NES today, is it still retro? It depends. Are you making it for the NES or are you making it for a NES emulator? Because if you're making it for the NES, then yes, it will be retro because you have to use the old school way of doing things. You have to use the outdated way of doing things because using modern techniques and such aren't going to run on the NES. But if you build it for an emulator that runs using today's technologies and such, then it would be retro style. Making it look like the NES is retro style, but making it so that it runs on the actual Nintendo Entertainment System using the programming and the like the hardware of the time, that's a retro game. So all people doing Game Boy games that can run on actual hardware but can also be compiled to play on the browser. Yeah, but those browsers will be using emulators compared to execute. Like there'll be some sort of emulation going on to run them in the browser. This is all broken now. It was a big trend to make Pico games. Correct. Yep. Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about language. You never language was created so that we could communicate more clearly. But these days, it's used to just confuse the shit out of each other. You don't know what anyone's talking about anymore. No, there. Oops. I'm gonna goes there. Yeah, this one, like so. I like doing the retro style with new engines, specifically 3D. As one of my go-to styles. I can imagine it would take up, like it'd be fun to do with all the shading and stuff like that you can mess around with. Steam's taken up 55 gigs, what the hell? Is it Steam or is it the Steam library? Like the application folder. That's why I have issues, as I need to do my own. Not use high-end assets and models, yeah. It's not going to be Steam, because Steam's not that large. There's going to be something that Steam is downloading. Okay. Put this back here. Put that back there. There. Let's go that. There we are. Very nice. Never mind, damn it. I knew it. I knew you were lying already. Like, you don't need to tell me that you were lying, because I already knew you were. Like, not intentionally. Just, you were. That's all. There we are. I'm noticing an issue here, chat. Do you see what the issue's going to be? This is the type of stuff that you need to like think about a bit more when you start building these kinds of things, because I didn't think about this. And now I'm paying for it. Alright? Specifically, it's to do with the pillars. I didn't mess up any of the tiles. It's specifically to do with the pillars. It's not that the models don't align to the grid, because I can rotate these. Like, so like I can rotate these around. Like, if I wanted to center them on the Y, or remove them off the Z, or remove them off the X, or remove them off all. See, I can do that. And then they're placed in the center of the grid. But I don't want to do that. Nope. So. Let's just grab this one. Oh, snap. Actually, did I think about it? No, I didn't think about it. Yeah. See that? See that gap there? Code Monkey! G'day, you good dunce. How are ya? Gap right there. How are you doing, Code? Too many. Great, got my web builds working and added missiles. Nice, nice. Everyone that's come in with Code, remember it's Dad Joke Saturday. Have your dad joke ready before you say anything, otherwise you will get timed out if you don't say a dad joke. Alright, 10 minutes. Code, you're exempt from that because you're raiding. Alright, don't worry about it. So yeah, that there is the problem. That gap there. It comes out here, but it never connects back up. So I need to have, I need the base. The easiest way to fix this is to add this sort of thing here to the bottom. That's the easiest way to deal with it, because then it's going to work under these. It'll run along the bottom here, so it's not going to interfere with the window. It's not going to interfere with this window. It won't interfere with the doors. It just means that this will be pulled out a little bit so that it can connect up onto this. Christ, it's approaching 8 hours. Do you have any links, Code? Do you have a link to your game that you want to share? When it's me, you only need a party of one. Exactly. Monkey is the biggest raid of themselves. Like, they don't need anyone else to help them raid. They can raid on their own. They can take as much as they need. All right? Don't need anyone else to raid with them. Fire the missiles at the Germans. Ship. So, thrust and reversed. Rotate. Interact. Was to move. Aim for mouse. Space to shoot. E to interact. Okay. I am tired. Fair enough, Monkey. If you need to go to sleep, by all means, go to sleep. Ooh. This movement feels really good. I like this movement. Oh, you dock on the side. Okay. Oh, wow. This handles very differently. I'm going into the abyss. Wow! I'm not going to get lost. I'm an excellent explorer. Alright? I know how the rotation works. Let me go. Look at that. Perfect. So what am I shooting at? Oh, that's what we do. Break it up. Whoa. I do like this movement. I wonder. Uh-oh. I somehow got stuck on space rocks. I think what you should do, what you need to do, Code, is... See that? See that? You need to give those the initial velocity of, like, however fast I'm traveling. Whatever my velocity is, that should be their initial velocity, I reckon. Very nice. The movement in that's really good. A really clean movement. Let's see. Just the right amount of float on that ship? Exactly. Exactly. I need to subdivide that. I think that'll be a good height. Any point in the suggestion? No worries. It's just, it makes it feel a bit better, if you know what I mean. Because if I, like, if a ship in space is flying and it has a velocity to it, anything that gets thrown or projected out of that is going to have that velocity.
Poopy poopy poo, I stole your shoe.
That's true. You did. That's why I'm shoeless right now. That's fine. I don't have feet. So, yeah, whatever. Let's take this. The gun's actually the same object as on the player. Just use a new sprite. Yeah, smart. Very smart. I think we need to do... We need to merge it last. Merge it last. Merge it last. There we go. So that's what we need to do. And mark that as sharp. That's what we need to do around all of these walls. So that way, when this when we put this wall on, like when we stack the wall, if I duplicate this and I move it to 2.75, it perfectly aligns with the top. Which means I'm better off doing that in each of these individual bits here. How do you feel about the auto merge verts? In what context? Like, I do by distance. Hey, no duplicate verts. Instead of merge last, etc. Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't use it because I don't want it to decide when to merge. Oh, if you drop them on each other. So like if I duplicate that vert, move it on the X to there. So if I do that, if I then move it on the X back over here, it hasn't merged them. Like I can go by distance and have it do that. That's what I do. But yeah, I don't think I'll like, yeah. Next to X, Y, Z in top right. Edit vertex. Ah, yeah, that's right. I've got to be in edit mode, don't I? Auto merge. I mean, it could be helpful. I might try it out. I haven't used it before. So I wouldn't know. Yeah, haven't used it before. So, couldn't tell you. Oh, whoops. This one here I'm going to rename to the Brutalist Wall Left Doorway. Let's open this one. Let's give it a test. Subdivide 2. This can be 0.2. These 0.2. Oh, no. 0.3. Take that. Put it there. Put it there. Turn that on. So yeah, I mean, it seems to be pretty good. Seems pretty good. Works well with snapping too. Yeah, you definitely want to use snapping with it. I think that's all we need to mark as sharp. I should have watched the movie now instead of earlier. Something to pass time while downloading. What movie? What movie is the movie? That's the big question. Ah, that's right. I need to copy that object. Let's see. Dissolve edges. There we go. There we go. Copy that. Get rid of it. Standard doorway. Select this one. Let's do this first. There we are. Make sure everything's perfectly aligned. Oh, the Tetris movie, right. Subdivide this twice. 0.2. 0.3. Ah, yeah. Should mark things as sharp. Light UV project. Copy. Delete. It's the window. Don't care about the window. Morning, cat. How did you sleep? Did you dream of watching me? If not, why not? I promise I will only take a little bit of offense. Dream watching, but not you. Only some old TV. Jesus Christ. Would it hurt you to lie? Jeez. Actually, no. I don't need to do anything for that. It'll be fine. You know it's free to make someone else feel good. Exactly. Sounds like you had a not so good day, Hypno. I'm having a great day. I'm having a fantastic day. Like, how could I not have a great day? I'm here, I'm streaming, I'm doing 3D modeling, I'm doing some game dev, I'm having fun with chat. Like, come on. This is literally what we call living the dream. Alright? So, if you ever hear me complain about anything, tell me where to go. Alright? That's simple. That's simple. He's just always sarcastic bastard, respectfully. Oh, no, definitely. Like, I am 100% always a sarcastic piece of shit. I didn't say what I've seen on that day, on that old TV. Well, since you can't watch me on an old TV, I assume it wasn't me. It was probably something like Friends. Ugh. Ugh. Sarcasm is the highest form of wit. Damn right. Those that hate sarcasm hate it because they don't know how to do it. They don't know how to execute it as flawlessly as us Aussies. Absolutely cray cray. You know it. You flippin' know it.
How do you get a squirrel to like you? Act like a nut.
It's true. It's true. Well, actually, I'm not sure it is true. Because we don't have squirrels in Australia. So if that was true, there would be squirrels all over the fucking place. Alright. They would learn what money is so that they could move their entire squirrel family to Australia. Alright, let's do the words. Do the words. They'd be venomous. Plan. Clinical. Jeepers. Actually, no. Call's already done. Nail, lane. Lilac. Ooh. Lilan. Oh my god. Why are these last three words so hard? Jeepers. Talk about difficult. Oh shit, that's right. I got 40 push-ups to do. Let me knock those out for you.
1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 10, 11, 14, 15, 18, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 30, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40.
Oh. I'm gonna be sore tomorrow. Oh. Alright, let's see. What words we got here? Bonds.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Damn it. How is Asdus not a word? Come on. Alright, we'll pause that for the next ads. Alright. Here we go. Unlike North America, Europe, and Asia, where squirrels are common, Australia's unique ecosystem evolved without them. Some squirrel species have been introduced primarily through zoos and private collections. Some have escaped and established small populations, but never widely spread. Instead, Australia is home to its native tree-dwelling mammals like possums, gliders, which are similar in ecological role. Where can squirrels be found in Australia? Possums and gliders took the tree-dwelling roles. Various species were brought in. None managed to establish widespread populations. In hindsight, this was a good thing. Suffered severe ecological damage due to introduced species, rabbits and foxes. Strict biosecurity laws prevent non-native animals, including squirrels, from entering Australia today. Where are we? Country strict biosecurity laws. Place see Australia's wild parks and zoos. Yeah. There you go. So that's why we don't have squirrels. Hey babe, want to come over to my place and look at my private squirrel collection? Oh my. Yes, please. You know just what to say to a girl. Oh, whoops. I've noticed a whoopsie. We have a whoopsie doodle. Okay. There we are. Bam. There we go. That. Go away. You know what? We're going to hold up here on this today. And I'm going to finish off something that we started yesterday. Gamer, you probably know exactly what it is. We're going to get our upgraded ID badge. in Phasmophobia. I need my upgraded ID badge. We got our foil... Oh, sorry, not our upgraded ID badge, our trophy. Our trophy. We need to get our trophy. Alright. So, we got the ID badge, but the community still had to finish the... where do you have time? That's like a good 390 hours of that is like 2 years ago when this game first came out. So this here, that there, the upgrade ID trophy. That there, trophy upgrade 1. So we need to complete that as a community, I believe. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to crush this. Oh, yes, the new Bleasdale. I have not played the new Bleasdale yet. We're going to crush this. You ready? Are you ready, chat? I probably shouldn't have brought everything, because I don't need everything. EMF, motion sensor, escaper hunt. We just need to be fast. Ooh, this looks much nicer. This is much nicer. There's the bone. I do like how every door creaks. The trophy. Helping get the trophy. Need to get that trophy. Oh, fuse box is at the back. So the ghost can hunt, like, haunt outside. Is that what I'm getting from this? Oh, so that's hiding, right? There's got to be an upstairs, right? There is, over there. Okay. Ghost is going to be upstairs. Or... why is that locked? Interesting. Okay, so it's in here. Already thrown something on the ground. Good to know it's all the way up the fucking back. Nightmare blocks some hiding spots. I know, but is that... oh, that side room's a hiding spot, right? I figured if it was going to be something that's blocked, they would just have, like, boxes stacked in there so you can't enter. under the stairs room is a hiding spot, yeah. Yeah. I love this new layout. Like, this is definitely an upgrade. This is a good upgrade. I feel the main thing, seen the attic yet? I haven't. I feel the main thing was Grafton and Bleasdale felt very similar. This feels like a completely different place, which is good. Which is good. I was supposed to take some sanity stuff, wasn't I? Whoops. This feels like a different game almost. Yeah. Like, I think just the quality of everything is a bit more... Like, it's a bit higher than the previous assets. Okay, so we got freezing. It's crowded and the textures seem high quality. Yeah. Exactly. And the decor, the furniture, the wallpaper, the light fittings, all of it feels like an old farmhouse. It's definitely a much better. Yeah. Feels like old money, exactly. You couldn't do that when I had a goddamn camera. You suck. Fucking write in the book. No fingerprints. EMF 5. Okay, freezing and EMF 5. I didn't see. I like how they stand there for you. Gamer, it's called respect. Alright? They respect me. They don't respect you. Okay? That's the problem. Also, if you want to play Gamer, let me know. If you want to jump in. Jin, Shade, Oni, twins. I'm thinking Oni. Well, that was... That was something. Oh, soloing it's not a problem. Like, soloing these things aren't... Like, it's not difficult. It's not a challenge. Okay? It becomes a challenge when you have other people in the house doing stuff. Because then it's like, oh, what's that person doing to piss everyone off? G'day, you get done. Okay. G'day, you get done. How are ya? Where are ya? Are you a gedunt? Are you a bedunt? Thanks for the photo. Yeah, sanity meds keep the average high for one person. That was just 2 events very fast, though. This is definitely an Oni. Were they always? Yeah, they were always there. Never mind. But yeah, there's definitely an Oni. It's not a shade. Jeez. Could you imagine? Now I'm going to need to get a motion sensor. That's fine. I'll go get a photo of this thing first. This bone. Then I'll go pop this up there. Oh, I've got the haunted mirror. Oh, gun's gone. That's not good. You kind of don't want the gun to be gone. Didn't like that. How do you get to the attic? I see no stairs going to the attic. There's no stairs to the attic. What's going on? Oh, no way. It's definitely going to cause a hunt. Where's the last one? I do not know. Upstairs? Where upstairs? I've been upstairs. There's nothing. Next to the bathroom. Oh! Not up here. I don't know. Oh well. Oh, we know it's an Oni. It's getting angry. Get a motion sensor up there. Detect it with this. And then survive a hunt. That's gonna be the difficult part. I don't know where hiding spots are. Can you fucking knock it off, Butcher? Need to detect it with the motion sensor first. If you aren't above that sort of thing. I don't want to know. No thanks. Come on, hit the motion sensor. I like this upgraded map too. It's nice. Because I was just crouching there before, and I don't think that's a hiding spot. I would imagine back there's a hiding spot. Back there's a hiding spot. Out there's a hiding spot. They're probably sealed off.
It was 100% was the Dust Bunny-filled power supply for the Xbox that killed it.
Yep. I can see that being the case. Downstairs in the storage room. Yeah. The only issue is getting up. Like, getting down. And hiding. Oh. Yeah. They be locked. Shit, it's crawling.
Is it dust bunnies or just dust? It is obviously dust bunnies.
Without the boxes. Why does chat look like it's leaning? Looks like it's leaning. Should probably. Good night. Good night. You get done. Yeah, that's enough. Lucky as. Luck had nothing to do with it. I'm just too good. Too good. Too good.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Bam. 388%. Fire Wars. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm definitely not reaching 20,000 points. It's just me, or is Twitch having stroke and freezing every minute or so? It's probably just you. But there you go, gamer. You saw me solo one of the largest houses. In a room up the back of the goddamn building. On the 2nd floor. Oh, nice. It's Camp Woodwind. The smaller one. I like that. Not a perfect investigation, though. It could have been if I was bothered. Wait until you see me perfect this one. I keep bringing all of my gear. Escape, witness, motion sensor. It's an expensive mistake? Nah. You're hiding out there. No hiding out here. No mirror. I do have a solo loadout. I just keep forgetting to switch. That's all. That'd be the only problem. Seems like it's in here, maybe. Probably here. I'm gonna check up in the living room. Make sure I'm not getting bleed through. Yeah, okay, so it's down in that room. Down in that room. Too simple. Simply simple. And of course it's in the basement. It has to be as far away from the front door as it can be. We probably have Voodoo Doll. I think. Probably our cursed object. Take you. Take this. Yes, I know you're here. That would be why I'm here. Honestly, I'm not sure I need to do anything to get the trophy. I think I just need to wait for the community to get the trophy. I might do a couple runs of this, and then we might do... Might do some Blue Mansion. Blueprints. Right, time for our first shot of adrenaline. Ease our sanity, calm our nerves. And why can't I get a blood moon? I want a blood moon. Supermarket together with chat. Or supermarket together with chat. What? Oh, it's only an EMF 3. Do better. Are you a gedunt? Are you a bedunt? Are you neither? Are we gonna have problems? Cool. Not gonna have any problems. I like it. It'll be pure chaos, but fun. I don't know what you mean by it would be pure chaos, but fun. I'm gonna find the first object first. I know it's not out there. No, it's not in the front room. Oh, hello, Bone. Ah. Oh, we have ghostwriting. You hate me. And freezing. Okay. Ghostwriting and freezing. You know what that means? You know what that means? We have, most likely, a feckity frickety frackety demon. Demon probably would have hunted by now, but I have had these, so it's not going to show up on that anyway now. So because we can change the price of products and stuff, or we could actually help you. You will never know. I'm still confused. This started with or supermarket together with chat. What? What's the start of the conversation that we are having right now? Game after this. Oh, right. I don't have Supermarket Simulator. Don't have it. I just don't have it. Actually, we need motion sensor, don't we? Time debt. Always a time debt around here. Never positive time. Always indebted time. That's just part of streaming. Because, you know, I need to stream a certain amount. I've set a schedule. You expect me to be here. If I'm not here, I have to make that up. I am always in time debt. Always. Okay. Time to escape during a hunt. In case you haven't noticed, I don't bother with all of the photos. Just the main photos. Damn, this watch is digging into me. Actually, we can hide there. Unless it's a revenant, then I'm... Go rude. If those were cobwebs, that would be a normal house in Australia. I wouldn't say normal. I'm semi-normal. Normal abandoned house. Making me throw my shit. I'm getting the feeling that they don't like me. Okay. My house, as you've already seen. Oh, what? I don't remember you posting a photo of cobwebs in your house. Shit. Come on. It's time to hunt, you annoying gudunt. James White. I'm looking for a Mr. James White. Last name James. First name White. Well. It just came straight at me. Should be hunting soon, which is good. Come on. Oh. Should grab the other. I should grab another smudge. Just to be on the safe side, you know. Remember that giant one on the window for baby spiders and you said burn the house down? I remember that photo. Yep. Yep. I remember now. Not a demon. Maybe one of these two. There we go. What up? Too bad I don't have my goddamn camera. Jesus. This ghost. So rude. But I'm noticing that they're just using the one ghost model. They used to change the model of the ghost each hunt, and each model would have like a different themed outfit. Or maybe I'm just thinking of like the old Santa Claus with the axe. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Come on. Don't have all flippin' day. We got ads coming up soon. Why'd you try to hunt here? Unless you are a demon and that was just... No one got cold in there. Shit. Damn it. Thought that was a hunt. Damn it. Made me use a smudge. I think it's moved into that room too. Or it's out here. Either way, I'm not seeing my breath. Animal well. Come on, you big poopy. Want you to hunt. Here we go. No. That's fast. Revy. Good old Revy. Alright. End this. Easy.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Let's see how much my points are accumulating towards this. 688. That was at 388 before. I don't know if that's just my points or if that's everyone's points. We're gonna do another really quick run. Just get some evidence, get some rabbits, and get out sort of thing. Just to see if that changes. Because it could be that we have our own trophy to get. At which point I'll probably deal with that on Wednesday. No hiding. Hiding. Mirror. Okay. You're here. That was an easy find. Muchly easy. Then we grab this. Grab this. Place these down. And then we get dots and... Actually, no, spirit box and book. That's the 3. And then we get salt and dots. Then we get the video camera. Smudge. Dude, what's our objectives? 25% repel motion sensor. Damn it. Had to be a motion sensor, didn't it? Has to be a motion sensor. That should be easy with this hallway, actually. It should be very easy. Alright. Great thing about being a floating head and hands. Ghosts don't hurt you because they think you're a ghost. Isn't that right? You're a gedunt, aren't you? Or are you a bedunt? Or do you just suck? Oh, okay, you're a bedunt. Good to know. It is claimed that it is a bedunt. That's where the respect comes from. Yep. It's exactly right. It's also why when they do events and such, they stand still for me because they don't realize that they should be, like, avoiding me. Here comes the ads, of course. Of course. Okay, we have ghostwriting too. Don't need F3 though. Okay. Do you want the words for this ad break? Because I can pause here. No. Alright. No verbs. Where's the bone? Okay. Spirit box, ghost writing. Thinking poltergeist, because it has thrown a few things in a pretty large area. I want a sub is what I want. I mean, give it time. Give it time. Bone's gonna be down here. So look at that. Would you look at that? Noticing he's not walking through that. Save me, bad, ad, bad. Can't help. Maybe tomorrow on Pun Day, I'll do some sub gifting. Oh, jeez. My sanity's too high. My sanity so high. So high. We do ghost predictions for subs in another stream. If someone guesses the ghost with zero evidence, sub. I feel that might cost a bit. Maybe. What was I taking in? Dots. That's right.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Ads are over. Hey, you didn't do anything. I don't know where any hiding is. I think that's all of them. One out there. One out there. One out there. You pay for this then. Also, we have a high chance. Yeah. What's the other stuff that I need to get? I can't hide there. I can't hide out there. I think my only hiding is going to be in the basement. That sucks. Detect with a motion sensor. How has it not triggered that motion sensor? It's moved, hasn't it? It has moved. I'm gonna take another smudge. There's no hiding out in the garage. There's no hiding in the front room. There's no hiding in the back bedrooms. Yeah, it's fucking moved. It's in the kitchen, isn't it? It's gonna be out there. It was back here hiding? I don't think it is. Is there just nowhere to hide? I don't think there's anywhere to hide. Kind of pooey. Like, unless this is hiding. We know it's not a spirit. Could be a deer. Could be a deer. Not bad odds. Eh. Where the hell is this thing? You're supposed to be haunting. You're not doing much of the haunt. You're doing much of the nothing. God, if I could put this down as a shade, I would. Jesus. Hey, finally got it. It's a deer. Alright. Deer. I guess I'm gonna get a photo of it. Videos are easy. Oh, there we go. Got a photo of it. See, gamer, it's not that difficult. It's a goose. It's a 0 out of 20 chance. If you if you guess something not on the list, you have to pay for someone else's sub. Ah, yeah, that's right. I didn't do those two. Whoops. I forgot. My bad. Whoops. Whoopsie.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Okay, so that's my own trophy amount. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Let's, I don't need. Yeah, I will take that. Photo, salt, sanity meds. Don't need sound sensor. Headgear I don't need. There we go. We're gonna keep cracking this so that we can get that badge or get that trophy. I want that trophy. That trophy. Ghost Vent, Crucifix, Cleanse. Easy. Easy. Want that trophy. Want that trophy. Hiding out here. Good. Hiding out there, we have Ouija. I really want them to get the hallucination stuff released. Okay, so you're in here. That's good to know. The hallucination stuff will add an extra element to it.
I've no more FS to give. My FS have runneth dry. I've tried to go F shopping but there's no FS left to buy. I've no more FS to give. Though more FS I've tried to get. I'm over my F budget, and I'm now in Fing debt.
Yep. We all are. So much debt that we all have. Horrible. It's a horrible thing. Hate to see it happen, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Thomas Benjamin Wilde, Esquire. I have no more F's to give lyrics. Yeah. Still no freezing. I don't think we're going to get freezing this run. No pizzazzing or pizzazzing. Give me a blood burn. Jesus Christ. There's no ghost orb. Take you and you. I'll say there's a few other games of like this that I've played. It's a demon? No. If anything, it's a shade. Aren't you? You're a little scaredy boy, aren't you? Are you a gedunt? Are you a bedunt? Are you neither? Do you dislike me? Can I stay the night? Sweet. I'll go get my things. I've been looking for a place to stay. And the rent here is fantastic. Ooh, 0.4. 0.4 is good temperature. It's almost freezing. Almost freezing. Be good in summer. If you had 0.4 degrees Celsius in summer, then you're in winter. Wait until I have a camera. Well, that's UV. UV, freezing, breath, steps, jeepers. Got it all this time. It's not Mimic. It could be a Demon Goose. I'm thinking Hantu, though. I'm leaning more towards Hantu. Witness an event. Prevent with Crucifix. Cleanse the area. That could be better than 50 degrees Celsius. It would be. 0.4 degrees Celsius is better than 50 degrees Celsius. It's true. Yep, no ghost orb. Cool. Let's get our photo camera. Now I'm thinking it's Hantu. Seems more like a Hantu. Yeah, you're still good. Our photo camera. What do you think, Mike? Is this camera a high quality camera? I don't know why you found this so difficult, gamer. Not really. I didn't think so. Yeah, this is a Hantu. This is a Hantu. It was one time. Like fart in a jar, Martin. It was one time. And then goes back to his house. His bedroom's covered with farts in a jar. I'm talking about the ghost photo as well. From hunting with crucifix, yeah. It's a Hantu because this is getting down to like -8 degrees Celsius. My surprised sleep word. I cannot say demon hasn't come out yet. What? Demon. Oh, wow. Should probably find the bone, hey? Get a photo of you. We have hiding out there. I know that much. I completely forgot to turn on the power. Whoops. Whoops. Really glad I didn't need it. I have no idea where this bone is. Huh. Oh well. Anything here? Nope. Here? Nope. There's one. That was a door, I heard that. Freaking forest spirit. Acting like it's all that. Oh, just ran away. Damn it, there's boxes there. Oh, cool. Prevented hunting. Nice. Do I need to run up? I don't need to survive no hunts. I can just get the flip out of here. Ah, this game is so easy. Ah. There's a back crack.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Oh yeah, I didn't actually... No, I guessed Hantu. That's right. I guessed Hantu. Jesus Christ. A gin at -6 degrees Celsius? That's redonkulous. Well, it's not 13.63. I wonder how many tiers of upgrade there are. Jin did that to me the other day. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Like, how did a Jin get that low temperature? Photo of the ghost, witness an event, repel while chasing. Oh, hello. Already got an event. Freaking hell. I'm feeling twins. Twins or Banshee? Cool, so we're hiding there. Okay, maybe not. Maybe Banshee. Where is this thing? That's in here. Alright. Easy. Nah, it's not a demon. I know, well, actually, it could be. I have no evidence yet, so... Calm the heck down. Jeez. Doing my job. You're so annoyed with them, fucking take them up there. Jesus. Oh, let's turn the light on too. You wait until I have the camera. God damn it. So rude. Well, at least we know it's not going to be a mare. Because it turned the light on. Mare's not going to do that. Just threw that right in front of me. Oh. Hey. Ghost riding, check. This is looking like a demon, Goose. You willed it into existence. Are you a Gedunt? Or are you a Bedunt? Perhaps you just suck. Oh, you heard that. I know you heard that. No freezing temps. Game. Wait until I have a camera. Jesus. It's going to be very difficult to get any sort of ghost orb. Very difficult. There's no UV. So maybe it's not a demon. Could be a Thaye. Thays are very active at the start, so... Could be a Thaye. Hiding is downstairs. I need to remember that. I can't come running into this room and hiding there. It'll be the end of me. I know what you're trying to throw. throw them. Very active, aren't you? Give me your second evidence, you bastard. Not a mare. Not a shade. Not a Moroi. Could be a Polty. Could be a Polty. Are you a Gadunt? Or are you a Bedunt? Answer me now, you prick. Fine. I didn't want to speak to you anyway. I'm just doing it because I get paid to. Rude. Jesus. No ghost orb. No UV. It doesn't cover off either of them. So it's less likely to be a demon or revenant. There's no spirit box either. So it's looking like a spirit or a Dio. Unplug the Wi-Fi. Why would you unplug the Wi-Fi? Photo of the ghost too. Why would you unplug the Wi-Fi? That seems very silly. That seems like a very, very silly thing to do. Sure you didn't. Okay, so that was dots. They or Dio. I'm thinking they because it's not very not as active now as it was at the start. Come on. Give me three dots again. Has it moved? No, it's just wandering. Huh. Being very helpful. Just need 2 more photos. I suppose I can take a photo of this. 1 more. Do something. Do something here. Good enough. Good enough. Come on. Piss these off. Alright. Now it's nothing but me and the ghost. I know we got hiding downstairs. Unless it's a Dio. At which point going downstairs might be a silly idea. Come on, hunt. I've lost plenty. 5 past 8 p.m. So it's winter, obviously. If it was summer, there's no way it would be this dark outside at 5 past 8 p.m. No way. Oh, come on, just hunt. I don't care about your stupid interactions, just hunt. After this one, I'm probably going to call it for the night. Because my stomach is starting to rumble real bad. Oh my god. Would you just... I can hunt. this isn't a Thay, then this Dio is acting very Thay-like. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting, starting to feel the hunger a little bit. Plus, I need to start reading up on Brutalist architecture so I can do that video on it that Bucky said in my Gedun my Aussie modeness. I guess I'm running solos later today too. Like, I'll probably do more tomorrow. Do more Faz tomorrow. I'll probably start the Faz runs at around the 9-hour mark tomorrow. They're over there. Is this thing? Where is this thing? Yeah, you're a Thay. Very much a Thay. Should have been a demon? No. It was just a Thay pretending to be a demon. How's that for an almost perfect run? Except for 2-star photo at the end, but whatever. I got it. Finished. Crushed it.
Welcome back.
Yeah, it was a Thay. Didn't find the bone either. Oh, nice. I can get a promotion. I will take that up at some point. What's this lighthouse keeper? Quickly identify the ghost and survive 50 times. Fair enough. I should probably do that at some point. Ranger challenge. Correctly identify the ghost, survive 50 times. Sunny Meadows. Correctly identify the ghost, survive. Fair enough. Achievement Hunter. Almost got all 50 of them. I'm not bothering with any of this. So yeah, it's at 15.5 for that. So that's going to be... That's going to take a lot of runs. Because what, we've just done 2 hours. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of work. Like, look at these people. I don't understand. That's... They must just stream Phasmophobia. Nothing else. That's the only thing I can think of. Jeepers. Alright. We have a bit of a look-see here. Let's see what we got. Ooh! 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 I see something we can do. I see what we can do. Fucking Twitch. That's who we can raid. We have not raided Bad Cop in a while because Bad Cop hasn't been on in a while. So we're going to go say hi to Bad Cop. You've probably seen them in chat here a couple times. You know? Tomorrow, we finish these models. We get the base of them corrected so they tile correctly. And then after that, we will get them pulled into Godot, set up with all of our collisions and whatnot. The collisions should be fine in Godot. Those are all set up correctly already. And then we can start working with the detection and kind of hiding things based on the player being on a certain floor. Hopefully we can get that done tomorrow. And then we'll do some more of this. We can do it with Gamer, if Gamer's ready. Work towards our trophy. And then, yeah, that'll be tomorrow. Thanks for being here, all. It was a very fun day today. Tomorrow is pun day, so don't forget your puns. We need puns tomorrow. No, there's no punishment tomorrow. It's just be as punny as you like.